From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment. Production Suddenly at Spring. Director Mitchell Lyson. Star Fred MacMurray.
Hollywood Screen Directors present Love on a Note of Laughter, the romantic motion picture comedy Suddenly It's Spring, starring Fred MacMurray and introducing the director of the film, Mitchell Lyson. Our guest screen director tonight literally rode to success on a drawing board. For it was his exceptional ability as a designer of sets and costumes that won him an opportunity to direct and to fulfill his theory that the function of the director is to provide the channel through which an actor expresses emotion. The taste and distinction he brings to his work have been illustrated by such outstanding films as To Each His Own, Kitty, Hold Back the Dawn, and, of course, Suddenly It's Spring. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mitchell Lyson.
Thank you. You know, this is a fine opportunity to clear up a little misunderstanding. I've been accused of being a disrespectful character when really I'm not. It's just that I have a passion for seeing austere dignity flipped right on its shell pink ear. To me, that's largely the fun of making comedies. For instance, take Suddenly It's Spring. What could be more undignified than a couple of very proper law partners who also happen to be a husband and wife playing a cross-country game of tag? Now, here's the story, starring Fred MacMurray in his original role of Peter, with Virginia Gregg as Mary.
The troop ship steamed up the Narrows, moved proudly down the fairway, and was wharfed neatly into its New York pier. The ship's rails were jammed with returning soldiers, and among them was Captain Morley, formerly of Morley & Morley, attorneys at law. Captain Morley was eagerly scanning the crowd on the dock, looking for that other Morley who was a partner in marriage as well as in law. After all, they haven't seen each other in 7 years. And where was the other Morley? The other Morley, spouse to Captain Morley, was in a telephone booth on the pier. Telephoning, of course.
Hello, Violet. Honey, the ship just docked. Yeah, thousands of dog faces aboard. That's a fine thing to say about my wife and a white captain at that. Oh, now, honey, look, any American soldier is called a dog face even if he is a woman. Yeah. Of course I love you, honey. Sure, I love you. That's why I'm here to meet my wife. I'll get her to sign the divorce consent the minute she's in the apartment and a bit settled, huh? Yeah. Oh, I think I see her coming down the gangplank now. Goodbye, darling. Mary! Oh, excuse me. Mary! Captain Morley! I'm sorry. Mary! Here I am, Mary!
Peter!
You're here, Captain.
Peter, darling, how are you?
Hello, Mary.
After all these years.
Mary, you have a nice boat ride?
Is that all you can say after our being apart 7 years?
Let's go home, huh, Mary?
Well, that's more like it. Or is it?
I've got those divorce papers there for you to sign.
It isn't.
Isn't what?
More like it. Well, let's go home, Peter. Home again. At last.
Yeah, home at last. I'll get my things together and move out right away.
Peter. Peter, we haven't seen each other since 1942. Are you absolutely sure we want this divorce?
Why, yeah. Aren't you?
No. I've changed my mind. I'd like to save our marriage. And quite aside from that, I'm in the Army teaching whacks how to make their marriages work, and my own husband's demanding a quick divorce. How does it look?
Well, I wasn't demanding, Counselor. I've got to go about it in this way. As long as you're in uniform, I've got to get your written consent to the divorce.
But I won't be in uniform forever. Can't you wait until I'm out of the Army and help me save my face a little?
Maybe we better talk about this later. What are you doing for tonight?
Nothing in particular.
Well, how about having dinner with me?
Are you being nice to a returning serviceman?
I'll pick you up at 8. We'll go to the Moonlight Terrace. Remember the Moonlight Terrace?
Yes. Soft music. A table in the corner. Shall we bring our briefcases?
Hello, Violet? Yeah, I just left her in our apartment. Her apartment, I mean. But I'm moving out, I tell you. Oh, yeah, she looks all right. Lost 15 pounds in the Army. After all, I dropped 30 pounds myself in the Pacific. I ought to drop the other 170 in the Atlantic? Well, Violet, that's not a very kind thing to say. I'm doing my best to get Mary to sign that divorce consent. I'm having dinner with her tonight, and I'll get her to sign then for sure. Sure. Oh, sure, you can go out with Jack Lindsay. That's only fair. Besides, Jack is my best client. Yeah. Well, have fun and give Jack my best. Yeah. Bye-bye, baby. And in consideration of such agreement, the following real and personal property shall be divided as follows. 1 cooperatively owned... Mary.
I'm listening, Counselor.
1 cooperatively owned apartment, Mary. 1 beach house with location as specified in... Hey, Yasha, why don't you take that fiddle of yours and go watch Rome burn?
Peter.
Peter, why don't you order pumpkin? Philistine ignoramus. Peasant.
Fiddling in my ear like that radio comedian.
I asked him to play, remember? Suddenly it's spring.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see, where were we? 1 piano, baby grand, Mary. 1 combination radio phonograph, Mary. 1 washing machine, Mary.
Doesn't Violet wash?
1 combination chess and checkers set, me.
I thought Violet had sex appeal.
Now, Mary.
Now you sound like that radio comedian.
Mary, I took you to dinner here for a serious chat about jumping Jupiter.
A favorite steeplechase horse of mine, Jumping Jupiter.
Mary, look, I've got to go and make a phone call, a very important phone call. Excuse me, I'll be right back.
Now let's look around and see what made Jupiter jump.
Well, good evening, charming and beautiful Who's It? But wasn't that Peter Morley, the eminent attorney, who just fled this table?
Why, yes, it was.
Well, I'm Jack Lindsay, his richest and handsomest client, and this is Violet Fay.
I'm Mrs. Peter Morley.
I'm in trouble.
Tell me, Violet, what do you hear from my old man?
Hello, head waiter. This is Mr. Morley. I'm calling from the cloakroom. Now, look, will you take a telephone inside to Mr. Jack Lindsay's table? He's with a lady. Now, I want to talk to the lady. Thanks. Hello, Violet. I want to warn you that the brunette sitting alone at the table near the bandstand is Mary, my wife. Oh, you're Mary, my wife. They came over to our table, huh? Well, it's grand. Violet looks just like Miss Emily Borda. Who's Miss Emily Borda? Oh, Miss Emily Borda of 1929. Oh, don't be catty, Mary. Look, put her on the phone, will you? That's a good scout. Whack, I mean. Oh, Lord. Oh, Violet? Violet, this is Petey Pie. Now, look. No, Violet. Is it my fault that Jack just happened to take you to the Two-Light Maris? I mean, the Mine-Toot Laris? I mean, never mind. Mary and I were just going over the settlement papers. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure I'll get the consent signed tonight. No, I won't go home with her. Don't worry. Well, all right. I'll get her to sign in the morning when she's got cold cream on her face. Is that all right? Well, I'll spend the night with Jack. Okay. I'll take you home first, and then I'll spend the night with Jack. Okay. Let me talk with Jack now, will you? Jack.
I'm sleeping.
Well, wake up. By what right do you take Violet to dinner when I'm out with my wife?
Well, you told her I could.
Well, that was after you asked her.
You know what I think, Pietro?
Oh, don't fracture your brain. What?
I think your wife is still in love with you.
Why?
I don't know. She interested in natural history?
Now, don't give me egg-shaped answers to square questions.
Well, I made a pass at her.
You did?
I always make passes at girls I make passes at.
What happened?
I must see my dentist concerning a loose tooth.
She probably likes you.
I'm encouraged no end. If she ever loves me, will I live? Oh, no, Amici, not at dawn. Hello. Oh, darling, hello. No, not at all. I'm glad you called. Listen, haven't I given you some of the best leers of my life already?
Corn is still green.
You going away? Fort Sheridan? The war is over.
Hey, is that Mary?
All right, I'll have my hotel operator call you at 5 a.m. Good night, sweet princess, and flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. Night.
That was Mary.
Mary's taking a little lamb to Fort Sheridan tomorrow.
To Fort Sheridan?
Orders. She's leaving on the North Side Limited.
Well, she can't do that. I've got to get that divorce consent signed before she leaves town. She can't do that.
What on earth are
Listen, Peter's on this train, too.
Peter?
Now, Mary, if you make any attempt to hold your husband, you're making the mistake of your life. Now, let him go. Sign those papers and get him out of your beautiful hair. You're young. You've got a right to love and marriage. With me, of course.
Mary,
Oh, hello, Peter.
What were you two talking about?
Each other.
Jack, old boy, would you mind if I had a word alone with my wife?
Remember what I told you, Mary. Make everybody happy.
You know, I think he's fond of you in his bungling way. Good catch.
I'll unpack if you don't mind.
You're back in uniform, I see.
I hate traveling in a low-cut evening gown, don't you?
Counselor?
Sorry I
I'd
had
like-
to leave New York in such a hurry. A new assignment. Advising
Well-
wax at the Fort Sheridan Separation Center in the art of being happily married.
Well,
I'm making a stopover in Detroit. Perhaps you'd like to join
Well,
me
look,
there.
I'm getting off at Harmon. And all I want for you to
There
do is
seem
sign...
to be so many misunderstandings these days.
Mary,
Marriages
would-
break up for no tangible reason.
Yeah, now, Mary, would
I'm
you
just wondering if too many married couples give up too easily without giving their marriage every possible chance to survive. And in my work at Fort Sheridan, I'm going to stress the fact that out of every marriage in the United States...
Hello, Violet. Look, honey, I haven't got much time. I'm phoning from the station in Harmon. In Harmon? Yes. I'm on the train bound for Chicago. Well, I'm trying to get this consent signed. No, I haven't yet. Oh, sure, I'll get her to sign before we get to Poughkeepsie, for sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I got to go. My train's pulling out. Yes. Yes, I will. Come on. Hello, Violet. I'm in Poughkeepsie. No, Violet, not yet, but, well, look, I can't help it. Things keep on happening. People keep on interrupting, and then my fountain pen doesn't write, and when I try to borrow a fountain pen...
Peter!
Go away, Jack, will you? That was Jack, darling.
Pietro!
Violet, look. Violet. Violet, are you there? Come in, New York. Come in, New York.
Pedro, my friend.
No. She hung up on me.
Also, your train has departed.
Gone?
If you're more comfortable with monosyllables, gone, yeah.
Oh, it doesn't matter, Jack. I can see now. Mary will never give me that divorce while she's in uniform.
Yes, she will, or I'll die trying. Now, look. Mary's stopover in Detroit gives us a chance to get back to LaGuardia and beat her to Chicago by plane.
And what does that get us? The Bendix Trophy?
You could persuade Mary to sign that consent if you'd only use your head. Now, stop taking her to dinner. Stop calling her darling and consular. Up to now, you've been turning on the charm like a cover boy, so the more you're around, the more she wants you around.
Oh, so what do I do? Poker with sharp sticks?
Well, there must be some certain type of man she can't stand. If you're as repulsive to her as I'm sure you are at heart, she'll drop you like a hot brick.
You know, that might work at that.
Sure it will. Get repulsive. You can do it. Pour it on.
Pour it out.
Yeah, pour it on.
It's wonderful of you to help me like this, Jack. So unselfish. Like a bat borrowing blood.
Poor Mary, she'll hate you in Chicago, thanks to little Jackie.
Yeah. Peter Morley, the louse that Jack built.
The Hollywood Screen Directors are presenting Suddenly It's Spring, starring Fred MacMurray with Virginia Gregg and Frank Lovejoy, and introducing the director of the film, Mitchell Lyson.
Well, there's Mary now, Peter, surrounded by newspapermen and that whack major. Here's your cigar.
Oh, thanks.
Now hold it.
Now?
No, hold it.
All right. Send me in, Coach. I'm fresh as a daisy.
Now, don't forget, blow cigar smoke in everybody's face.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah, ready.
Be beastly.
All right.
Let's go.
Yee-hoo! Mary! Hey, Mary, look who! Superman, remember?
Peter, for heaven's sake.
Welcome to Chicago, hog butcher of the world, baby. Come on, give me a great big smacker, huh?
Peter. Please, Peter.
How do you like her, folks? The little woman. All we had in the Pacific was coconuts.
Captain Morley, what is the meaning of this?
It's all right, Major Cheever. This is my husband, Peter
Mr. Mary Morley to you guys and gals. Mr. Mary Morley, attorney at law. My card, folks. Here, boy, take the card here. If you ever get in a jam, look me up, folks. Take the card here,
Major Cheever, reporters, photographers.
How are you, Mage? Knock those chips off your shoulder, eh, Mage? Well. Come on, little woman. We got matters to attend to. Long time no see, except the coral sea. Some joke,
Really, Captain Morley, we must get back to Fort Sheridan.
Yes, Major Cheever.
Oh, ixnay, Major. I've got reservations at a hotel. Can't you give the little gal a break?
Well...
That's the girl, Major. Now, how about a great big...
No! And stop blowing smoke in my face. It makes my eyes water.
Major eyes water. Major... That's another joke. I got another joke. Oh, man, Major eyes water. Hey, you know, Major... That reminds me of the story. I don't know what I can tell it. That reminds me of the story about the gopher and the kangaroo.
Really? Mr. Morley?
Oh, is there such a story?
We'd better go now, dear.
I understand everything, Captain. Goodbye, Mr. Morley.
Goodbye, Major Eyes Water. And now behold the bridal suite. Love seats drenched with costly perfumes from
That'll
Zanzibar.
be enough, Peter.
Lamps shedding filtered moonlight.
May I congratulate you on your splendid performance?
Well, anything to help the little woman in her career.
You mean anything to get that divorce consent? You've made me an object of ridicule to the press and my fellow officers. Object of pity, married to a goon.
Senior grade.
Logic tells me to sign and hand over that consent. But I'm not going to do it.
You're not?
Not just yet. You can cool your heels in the living room until I've settled the problem. In my own way.
But, Counselor...
Good night. Peter, answer the telephone. It's right beside you.
The phone? Oh. Hello? Oh, Violet. You're down in the lobby. What are you doing down in the lobby? How did you know we were... Oh, Jack told you, huh? No, don't come up yet. I am not. I just loosened my tie a little, that's all.
Peter.
Now, wait a minute, Violet.
Please have a call back in a minute. I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah. Call back in a minute, will you, Violet? I'll be free to talk then.
Come in here.
I dasn't. You come in here.
All right. I'll come to you. I don't have commitments elsewhere. You want your freedom very much, don't you?
Well, don't you think it'll be best all around?
Well, I hate to see the person I think you are going to pieces before my eyes, just for the sake of my signature on a piece of paper. I don't like to see you lose your dignity like that. And it's partially my fault. I suppose I should let you go without a fight, except that I found out I'd never fallen out of love with you. It's all over now.
Being in love still?
Fighting to hold on to you. If you really want to go, here's the divorce consent all signed. That is, if you really want to go. Peter?
Yes? Yes, Violet. Yes, it's all signed. I'm coming right down. That's ready to go when the truckmen come.
Everything of yours packed up, Peter?
Yeah, I'm all set.
You're not taking much, but it leaves the apartment looking awfully empty somehow.
Yeah. Counselor.
Yes?
I
Peter?
wish you'd get the divorce. I feel so silly going to Reno.
That's what you men always wanted, equal rights with women. Are you going to pose for the papers with your legs crossed, Peter?
Are you going to marry Jack Lindsay?
He loves me. He is a good catch.
Hello. Oh, hello, Vi.
For once, I'd like it to be someone selling subscriptions.
Well, yeah, Violet, everything's all packed in 2 neat little cases ready to go. Oh, but Violet, all I need is my clothes. Mary's entitled to most of the furniture and the piano and things. After all, she's a woman. Oh, sure, Vi, you're a woman too, obviously, but... No, Violet, you won't have to stand up during our first year of marriage. I'll buy new furniture. All right, yes, I'll talk to her. Mary.
Who keeps that woman in nickels? You?
Mary, Violet seems to think I should have asked for more in the settlement.
She's getting you, Peter. What more does she want? However, you forgot the things in the closet which weren't discussed and which are yours for the taking.
Stuff in what closet? What stuff in the closet?
Over here. Forgotten trifles of the Morley marriage, the remnants of a love that was young and brave, if I may grow so chintzy. This platter up here. Remember?
Well, what do you know? Sure, I remember. We saved our first client from going to jail, and he paid us off in this rare bit of china.
What if the man was charged with robbing a china shop? We proved he was innocent to the jury. But we'd never talk about it to ourselves, would we?
I wanted to throw the darn platter away to begin with.
Why didn't you say so?
Why didn't you?
Well, do it now, why don't you?
Roger. I feel better already.
And then this music box. I got you that for our first anniversary, remember?
Oh, yeah.
It played music and you could keep cigarettes in it.
What'll they think of next? Flying machines, I bet.
I gave up a permanent for this little box and you broke it.
Well, I didn't mean to break it. I was just clowning around with it, remember? Dancing around with it and singing. Why is my heart dancing? Imagine. Sing.
Peter, get off of my sofa. Peter! Peter. Oh, Peter, are you hurt?
Bring out the chain and measure. I'm sure we made a first down.
Well, what else in the closet? Oh.
What?
This. This hurt us more than anything else.
Oh.
You bought me this layette. It was so sweet. You're doing it. Usually it's the woman who...
Oh, it would have been nice to have a baby, but...
You wanted it so much.
Oh, well.
I'm sorry, Peter.
I know. But instead of going into your shell and trying to lose yourself in your work, you could have given me a chance to prove it didn't matter.
It mattered, all right.
Yeah, but we could have talked it over. We could have adopted a baby, or maybe a couple of them.
Isn't it strange, Peter? Everything we've taken out of this closet proves that there'd have been no misunderstandings in our marriage if we'd been honest with each other. Even this music box. I wanted to have it fixed, but you claimed you hated the tune.
Hated it? I liked it.
But that broken box got to be such an issue you wouldn't admit it.
People are children, you know. Well, you keep the music box.
Oh, no. No, you keep it.
No, but I bought it for you.
No, I want you to have it.
Here, take it.
I wouldn't think of it.
Take it.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Peter.
Hey.
You fixed it. Listen.
We fixed it.
All it needed was a shaking up, just like people. Oh, Peter, isn't it sweet? It's like it used to be. And to think it's been in that dark closet all these years when all it needed was to be shaken up.
Hello. Yes, Violet. Yes, Violet. Yes, Violet. Violet, listen. Listen, before you go on, there's something I've wanted to tell you for a long time. Violet, get lost!
Peter! That was the loveliest thing I've ever heard you say. My wonderful good man.
Senior grade.
Our stars will return in just a moment. Next week, the NBC Theater dims the lights and loads its guns with laughter to bring you The Ghost Breakers, starring Bob Hope. And now, here again are Fred MacMurray and Virginia Gregg and screen director Mitchell Lyson.
Virginia, you know what I like about radio?
No, what's that, Fred?
Well, Uncle Mitch here can't talk me into breaking my neck doing trick falls. We've made 9 pictures together, and believe me, working for Mitch isn't acting.
Well, what do you call it?
Assault and battery. Virginia, it's gotten so that when I do a picture with Mitch, the studio automatically sends me 3 bottles of liniment with the script.
Why, Uncle Fred, if the script calls for a fall, I'd just like a little realism.
Sure, realism. You know how you can tell a Mitchell Lyson actor, Virginia?
By his behavior on the screen?
By the lumps on his head.
You have to make allowances for Fred, Virginia. Look at him, the poor, frail little creature.
Mitch is the only director in Hollywood who likes to see a man fall down on the job.
Is he really that tough, Fred?
Well, confidentially, Virginia, I wouldn't want him to hear this, but he's the fellow who taught me the picture business, sort of. There's not a finer director in Hollywood, nor a finer guy.
What are you two mumbling about?
No, we're just talking. You wouldn't understand. Good night, Mitch. Good night, Virginia. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
And good night to you, Fred MacMurray, Virginia Gregg, and Mitchell Lyson. Suddenly It's Spring was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, currently releasing Alias Nick Beale, starring Ray Milland, Audrey Totter, and Thomas Mitchell. Fred MacMurray can currently be seen with Madeline Carroll in Don't Trust Your Husband, a James Nasser production. Mitchell Lyson's next Paramount release will be Bride of Vengeance, starring Paulette Goddard, John Lund, and MacDonald Carey. Included in tonight's cast were Frank Lovejoy, Hal Gerard, Margaret Brayton, and Dan Riss. Suddenly It's Spring was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Ray Dietrich. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, The Ghost Breakers. Director, George Marshall. Star, Bob Hope.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our star this evening is Miss Maureen O'Hara, whom you've seen rise to stardom in Hollywood within the short space of a year. Her performances in the 20th Century Fox production, How Green Was My Valley, then more recently in The Immortal Sergeant, and now currently in the RKO production, This Land Is Mine, have given her an enviable place in the ranks of America's new film favorites. Miss O'Hara makes her first appearance on our Suspense stage tonight as the heroine of A Study in Homicidal Mania, The White Rose Murders by Cornell Woolrich, which is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us before, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so it is with the White Rose Murders and the performance of Maureen O'Hara. We again hope to keep you in suspense. He stood there waiting. He knew that presently they would come out of the second-rate dance hall, out into the dimly lit street. He listened a while and smiled as the orchestra played that tune inside. And then they came out, the two girls, and still he waited, close enough to hear what they were saying.
Well, I'll see you at the office tomorrow, Sally.
Oh, I don't know how I'll get up. It's after 1 o'clock. 6 hours sleep. Oh, I'll be dead tomorrow.
Me too. Oh, gosh, I gotta have at least 8 hours or I'm no good at all.
I wish I had someone to walk me to the bus. It's 4 long blocks.
I'll walk you down, Sally.
Oh, don't bother. We go in different directions.
It's no trouble. Really, I don't mind.
Well, really, it's not necessary.
In the narrow alley that divides the dance hall from an ugly office building, he stood smiling. Just a little inside the alley, he stood stiffly against the wall, his head back, eyes closed, arms straight down, and in his left hand, a white rose.
Well, all right then, Sally. Good night.
Good night, Joan. See you in the morning. Dum, da, 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 dum. Da, 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 dum. Oh, I hope I don't have to wait long for the bus. Who are you? Keep away. Keep away from me. Let me go. Let me go.
The girl is dead. Tenderly, the figure straightens her hair and gently places the limp body on the ground. Then he opens her clenched fist, and carefully, so that the thorns will not bruise her flesh, he places in her hand the white rosebud.
Pardon me, my good man. Is it true that you are the famous detective Terence Riley?
Huh? Oh, Jenny, I didn't see you come in.
Well, now that I'm here, how about offering to buy a cup of coffee for the girl you're going to marry? If you can ever get up enough nerve to ask her.
Oh, it's no use, Jenny. I guess we better call it quits. I'm just a dick on the homicide squad, and that's all I'll ever be.
And I'm a rich debutante.
We don't belong together.
Oh, you've been reading too many of those romantic stories, Terry. What is it this time? What's wrong?
Yeah, they call him the White Rose Killer, and he's got to be caught. There's a general demotion coming on if he isn't, and that's all I need to get back into uniform.
Oh, don't worry, darling. You always look good in blue.
Yeah. Just to match the way I feel.
Tell me more about the White Rose Killer. What's he like?
That's the stumble. He could be anybody. No one's ever seen him except the dead, and they don't talk about it afterwards. Just slips out of the shadows and kills and then slips back again.
How many has he murdered?
4. And he's not through yet. It's going to be one of those chain things if he's allowed to keep on.
Are you sure it's always the same one?
Yeah, that part of it we're sure of. It's the same touch, the same way of operating every time.
How do you know that?
Well, it's a rose. A white rosebud. A death rose. Puts it into each victim's hand after he kills her.
Her?
Yep. It's always a woman. A young woman between 19 and 23.
What's behind it? Do you have any idea?
Well, I'm not sure. But here's what I figured out. You know what a rose stands for. Symbolically, I mean.
Why, yes, it's the flower of love. The white rose, the bud, has another meaning. Purity, loyalty, devotion, and especially it stands for a young girl.
That's right. And that's about the way I see it.
So maybe it's a double cross, committed against our murderer by some young girl whom he worshipped and who betrayed his faith in her.
You ought to be a detective, not me.
Thanks, darling. I've got a very fine teacher.
Sweet. There's another thing. The murders were all committed near places where there was music, dance halls and cabarets and the like. There's a song that brings back the original shock that, gives him the final push over into the darkness. As far as we can figure out, it's the beer barrel polka.
Well, how does he commit the murder? Is it always the same way?
Always. Strangulation between the hands, with the thumb into the windpipe to keep his victims from crying out.
But isn't there anything else you know about him?
No, that's why it's so hopeless. He's insane, of course, but there's only this one phase to his insanity. Probably perfectly normal in appearance and behavior. You could pass him on the street and even know it. Well, it's only when he sees someone vaguely like the girl he loved and hears that song that the one defective wire in him is jangled and short circuit.
But, Terry, the flowers, don't the flowers tell you? He must get them somewhere you could trace.
Well, we don't know where he gets them. Maybe he steals them or...
Terry, what if you were the one to get him?
Well, it would mean a citation and a promotion.
And then all the things that stand between us would disappear? We could get married?
Well, the chances would be a lot better anyway. But what chance have I? Everyone in the department has been working their heads off for weeks and they've all failed.
Uh-huh. Terry, what were the girls like? The ones he killed?
Well, as I told you, they were all between 19 and 23. Their heights were pretty much the same, too. They were all tall girls, around 5 feet 6 or 7. A little taller than you. And all dark-haired.
How did they wear their hair?
Why, they... Say, what is this?
Oh, nothing, darling. Just interested. How did they wear their hair?
Well, from what I remember, they wore it sort of loose and curly down the back.
I suppose each one had a resemblance to that long-dead love of his.
That's probably it. Well, anyway, that's how the record stands. And we're all waiting for it to happen again.
I see. Terry, I'd like to go home now.
I shouldn't have told you all that stuff. I've given you the creeps.
Oh, come on, Terry. Take me home.
Later, Jenny stands by the window in her room, looking out, thinking. She doesn't move for a long time. Then suddenly, quickly, she goes to her closet and begins to rummage through her many pairs of shoes. Carefully, she picks one pair with 3-inch heels.
5'6" or 7.
Then she walks quickly to the dresser, opens a drawer, takes out a comb, and starts redoing her hair.
One loose and curly down the back. Well, here we go. Edward!
Yes, miss?
Is the car ready?
Yes, Miss Virginia. I've been waiting for you.
Let's go before Mother sees me.
Your mother's been looking for you, miss.
I hope you didn't tell her.
No, Miss Virginia, I didn't.
Good. Come on, Edward.
Where do you wish to go, Miss Virginia?
The Starlight Dance Hall on Grove and 2nd Street.
The Starlight, miss?
Yes, Edwards, that's the place.
I wouldn't go there unescorted if I were you, miss. It's one of the worst places in the city. Has a very bad
The
reputation.
Starlight Dance Hall, Edwards.
Very good, miss. Very good.
Ginny walks slowly around the low-lighted dance hall, trying to make herself conspicuous. A tall figure leaning against a pillar watches her intently as he idly smokes a cigarette. He doesn't seem to belong there. His clothes don't have the nattiness of a dance lover. Ginny pauses not far from him. Deliberately, he throws his cigarette on the floor, steps on it, and slowly walks over to her.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
You're not with anyone, are you?
Oh, no, I'm alone.
I thought so. I've been watching you all the time.
Have you?
I haven't seen you dance yet.
I don't know anyone here.
How about dancing with me, then?
All right.
Come on. Let's go out on the floor.
Do you come here often?
No. I never go to the same place twice.
You don't? Why?
I'm always looking for new faces. I'm restless.
Do you find the faces you're looking for?
Listen. Listen to that song. I like that. I like it very much.
Yes, it is a nice song.
You know, you remind me of someone I used to know. I'm trying to think who.
I do?
Yeah. You mind if we stop dancing and go over and get a drink?
No, let's go.
Oh, look. They sell flowers here.
Yes, I see.
I'll get you some. What kind would you like?
Oh, any kind. You pick it out.
All right. Let's see. There's something kind of innocent and young about you. Different from most of the girls that come here.
Can't we stay here a little longer?
It's intermission now. They won't play again for 10 minutes. Come on.
But I like it here. Let's stay a little while longer.
Well, then let's go down for some air. We can come back in a few minutes. Come on.
But...
We'll be back before the music starts.
Oh, you're hurting my arm.
Am I? I'm sorry. Fresh air smells good, doesn't it?
It's so dark here. Let's go back.
You're not scared, are you?
Oh, no, it's
Let's walk
just
down
that
this alley and back.
Please.
No, you
Let me
don't.
go. Oh!
Thanks. That's a lovely necklace, beautiful.
Why, you're just a cheap
Shut up.
All you wanted was my necklace.
So long, beautiful.
Look out.
What's the matter?
Behind you, look.
Holy... She's dead. A girl. Murdered.
With a white rosebud in her hand.
Well, Ginny, happened again last night. Just like the other times. A girl strangled in an alley and a white rose in her hand.
Any news of the killer?
No. He might just as well float through the air for all the trace he leaves.
He must have bought the flower upstairs in the dance hall. He must have been there earlier, bought it, and saved it
No,
until...
there was only one rose sold up there all night. And to a man who had a different girl with him. We had the flower girl at... How did you know that they sold flowers there? I didn't tell you.
Well, I must have read it somewhere.
You couldn't have. Wasn't in any of the papers. No details were given, just the statement that an unidentified body was found.
Well, I just imagined that they'd sell flowers in a place like that.
Well, I'm glad you don't go near those dance halls. Why, with this nut running around loose...
Don't bother about that. We'd better catch this killer. And fast.
Where do you get this we stuff? To hear you talk, you'd think that you were on the case, too.
Wouldn't you think so? To hear me talk?
Again, Ginny tours the low dives, hunting for the white rose killer. Her search carries her to the waterfront. And as she walks past each dingy bar, she listens to the jukebox music. A little after midnight, she passes a dirty windowed saloon. The thin music catches her ear. She pauses and listens, her eyes alive for some sign, some indication of the person she's looking for. Then suddenly her body becomes rigid as her eyes fall upon a figure huddled in the shadows.
Someone's watching me.
Slowly, she starts to walk up the street. Behind her, the heavy tread of a man's footsteps keep pace with hers. It's a quiet tread, unhurried but deliberate. For several blocks, it keeps the exact distance. Jenny starts to walk faster.
I've got to know if he's really following me.
The man quickens his pace. Jenny starts across the street. The man follows. She's sure now, sure that the man is following her. She fumbles for something in her purse. Her hand closes around a gun.
If he tries anything, I'll shoot.
You in any trouble, lady?
Oh, no, officer. It's all right. You scared him away.
Scared who away?
Oh, just a man who wanted to bring me flowers. That's all.
Well, he brought you one anyhow, lady.
What do you mean?
Right there on the ground, right by your feet. A white rose.
Coffee, Mabel.
Sure, coming right up. Here you are. Terry. Terry.
Hello, Jenny. Sit down.
Thank you.
Say, what's the matter with you?
Look, darling, read the gossip column in this paper.
What daughter of a socially prominent family is that way about a detective and waits for him outside the station house in her limousine every night? Private chauffeur and all. But Mama says no. That's not so funny.
Oh, they held a big family war council over me just now. Indian powwow, feathered headdress and everything.
They did, huh? Well, what'd they decide?
Oh, I was asked to give my word that I wouldn't see you anymore. I refused, of course, so I'm to be exiled.
Where to?
Our summer home. It's just a few hours out of town, but I'll be there all by myself. Just with Mrs. Crosby, the housekeeper.
Oh, maybe they're right. Why don't you listen to them?
Are you on their side, too?
No. When you leaving?
Right away. Edwards is driving me out. I just slipped out to let you know. Here's the address and phone number of the place in case you want to reach me. Don't lose it.
I won't.
Well, what's new and exciting about the White Rose Killer?
Our famous lover of flowers? We're still trying to track him down. I suppose I'll go looking for him at the flower show that's just opened.
Oh, a flower show just opened?
Yeah.
Well, goodbye now. I'll be seeing you. What floor is the flower show, please?
3rd floor, miss.
3, please.
Third floor.
Where's the rose display, please?
To your left, over there. See where the man in the gray coat is?
In the gray coat? Oh, yes, thank you. They are lovely, aren't they?
Oh, you startled me.
I'm sorry. I was just admiring the roses.
Oh, yes, the nicest flowers here. I just can't keep my eyes off them.
Yes, you can feel that way about some flowers.
Well, that's the way I feel about white roses.
Have you been here long?
I really don't know. I suppose so. You see, I've come here every day since the show opened. I like to be near the roses, the white roses.
Those big ones are nice.
No, I like the little ones best, the little tightly curled rosebuds. They're so little and innocent. Oh, well, I really better be going. Are you going down?
Yes.
Down, please.
Here, miss, I took a rose for you.
Thank you. It's lovely.
Would you care to have a drink with me?
Why, yes, thank you.
I know of a little place a block or two down there. They have nice music. We'll go there.
All right, whatever you say.
This is it.
Where's the music?
A nickel in the jukebox does it. Any special song you'd like?
No, go ahead and pick one.
Okay. There we are. Oh, that's my favorite song. Reminds me of a girl I used to know.
Oh, excuse me, I want to powder my nose. I'll be right back. Do you mind?
No, of course not.
Seventh Police Precinct. Sergeant Thomas speaking.
Hello, is Terry Riley there?
Just a moment, I'll see.
Please hurry, it's important.
No, sorry, miss. Terry Riley's not here just now.
Oh, will you tell him that I can't keep that date with him. Goodbye.
Do you always go to the phone booth when you want to powder your nose?
Why, I had to make a call.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm afraid I'll have to leave you.
Oh, wait, let me come with you.
I'm sorry, miss, but I've got other things to do.
Oh.
What's the matter?
That car, someone that knows me. Let's get away from here.
That's just what I'm going to do. So long, lady.
Wait, please don't go.
Miss Virginia. I'm sorry, Miss Virginia, but I must speak to you for a minute.
Oh, Edwards, what do you want?
I'm sorry, miss. You'd better come with me at once. I've been looking for you everywhere. Your mother's been taken seriously ill.
Mother? Where is she?
She's out at the country place, miss. I drove her there shortly before dinner. She wanted to pay you a surprise visit.
Oh.
I believe the shock of not finding you there upset her, miss.
Is she very bad?
She had the doctor with her when I left. Mrs. Crosby has gone away for the day. Your mother needs you, miss.
Well, let's go. Hurry, Edwards, please.
Right, miss.
Where is Mother, Edwards?
In her room, miss. You'd better hurry.
Mother, it's Ginny. Is the doctor in there with you? Mother! Why, there's no one here. The room's empty. The bed hasn't been touched. Edwards, what are you doing?
Merely playing a song, miss. A favorite of mine.
A favorite?
Yes, Miss Virginia.
Where's Mother?
She's in the city, miss.
You lied to me.
I'm afraid I did, Miss Virginia.
Why are you locking the door?
You know why, Miss Virginia.
It can't be. You're not the
White Rose killer. But you see, I am, Miss Virginia. Driving you and your family around day after day. Sitting there right in front of you all the time. It was amusing to watch you hunting for me. Hunting for someone you saw several times a day.
But it can't be. You're not insane.
Of course not. Who said I was?
Edwards, you know I'm not the girl who betrayed you.
Yes, I know that.
Well, then unlock the door and let me out. Please, Edwards.
I've killed 5 times. I've never regretted it. I'm going to kill you, Miss Virginia.
Why, Edwards? Why?
Because you've been so clever. Too clever. You made yourself look like her, the girl who deceived me. I could have killed you the day you first went out looking for me, but I had to be careful.
Oh.
I almost caught you that night at the waterfront. The night I dropped the white rose when that police car came.
Edwards, I've never done you any harm.
Your sweetheart, Terry. He loves you, doesn't he?
Yes.
That's good. Because now you won't be able to deceive him like my girl deceived me.
Keep away, Edwards. Keep away or I'll...
You thought you'd use your gun, eh? Well, don't think I was fool enough to overlook that. I took your gun out of your purse.
It won't do you any good to kill me, Edwards. I didn't have anything to do with it.
No, and you're not going to have a chance to break another man's heart like she broke mine.
Jenny, where are you?
Terry!
It won't do you any good to call to him. He can't get in here without breaking down the door.
Keep away from me. Terry!
It'll be too late then, because I'm going to kill you now.
Jenny, where are
Terry!
Just let me get my hands on that pretty white throat.
Oh, keep away. Keep away from me. Terry! Stop!
Jenny, are you all right?
Yes, Terry, I'm all right.
Oh, take it easy. Here, sit down.
Oh, Terry, I was so scared. There was nobody here but Edwards and I. How did you know where I was?
Oh, it was simple. You were supposed to meet me at the coffee shop. You never broke an appointment, and when you didn't show up, I called the number you gave me. You told me the housekeeper was here all the time, and when there was no answer, I got suspicious and came down. Besides, when I got a message down at headquarters that you had to break a date with me, I knew something was wrong. Are you sure you're all right?
Yes, I'm, Terry, look. On the floor beside Edwards.
A white rose. Must have fallen out of his pocket.
That was meant for me. Oh, Terry, it's all crushed.
Yeah. Crushed and dead.
Just like the white rose killer.
And so closes The White Rose Murders, starring Maureen O'Hara. Tonight's tale of Suspense. This is your narrator, the man in black, who, speaking for Columbia, hopes you have enjoyed Miss O'Hara's performance and our play. Next week, because of a special broadcast of the All-Star baseball game, Suspense will not be heard. But again the following week, we will be back with another play on this series and more of your Hollywood favorites. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who, with Ted Bliss, the director, Bernard Herrmann and Lucien Marowik, conductor and composer, and Cornell Woolrich, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello, this is Father Bob Warren of the Franciscan Friars of the Atonement. Thank you for listening to this rebroadcast of the Ave Maria Hour radio show. The Friars' popular Ave Maria Hour was first brought to the radio airwaves in 1939. Recorded in New York City and on the mountainside grounds at Graymoor, a home in Garrison, New York. These timeless classic stories of the Bible and the lives of the saints came to life each week through dramatic reenactment by professional actors and actresses. You know, friends, Christ once said, "Do not hide your treasure under a bushel." In saying this, he meant share your gifts, share your talents. The Friars of the Atonement feel the message in these broadcasts remains as powerful and timely as when they were originally aired, and we are so happy to be able to share them with you today. To learn more about the missions and ministries of the Friars of the Atonement, I invite you to visit our website, www.atonementfriars.org. In the meantime, sit back and enjoy this rebroadcast of the Ave Maria Hour.
And now in the Ave Maria Hour's New York studio, we begin the story of St. Teresa, the Little Flower.
Our story begins not 1,000 years ago, or even 100, short as these times are in the history of the Church. For the story of St. Teresa of Lisieux is a tale of only yesterday, a tale of radiance shining through the grubbiness of a modern commercialized world. And so we take you back over the span of a few short years. The date is October 1917. The place is the Cathedral of Bayeux in France. Outside the cathedral, a vast throng is gathered. This is the overflow, the many thousands who could not be accommodated inside the sacred building. Many in the vast multitude bow their heads in prayer as they wait for news from within. The mood is solemn, yet exultation is on many of the faces. What is the meaning of this great gathering? What ceremony is going on inside the cathedral so sanctified that pilgrims from all over the world are in attendance? Let us journey inside to discover. As we enter, the soaring voice of a great congregation meets us. Then the Bishop of Bayeux and Lisieux speaks.
Your Eminence, Antonio Cardinal Vigo, my venerable brethren in the Episcopacy, pilgrims from many nations, we are gathered here by the decree of the Sacred Congregation of Rites in Rome, authorized by the Holy Father. It is our duty, in accordance with the apostolic process, to investigate the life on earth of one Sister Teresa of the Child Jesus. This investigation is almost without precedent in the annals of our Church. Sister Teresa was not the founder of a new holy order. She did not die the death of a martyr propagating the faith in distant lands. She was not even Mother Superior of her own convent. She was nothing more than the novice mistress, hardly out of her novitiate herself. Nor did she live to a great age, enjoying the veneration gathered from long years of sanctity. Sister Teresa's life ended on earth at the age of 24. What is more, scarcely 20 years have passed since her death. Yet so far and so fast as news of this little flower of Jesus traveled, so many have been the remarkable favors she has bestowed upon the faithful, that His Holiness has, by special decree, set aside the canonical law, which requires 50 years to elapse from the time of death before authorizing beatification, and order this investigation to proceed immediately. We are a court, and as such we must review facts objectively. We are concerned here with the evidence upon a single question: whether or not Sister Teresa, during her short stay upon earth, practiced virtue in an heroic degree. Upon that one point will her elevation to the category of saints depend. The stand supporting the claims of Sister Teresa will be taken by the Advocatus Dei, God's advocate. Opposed to him will be the Advocatus Diaboli, the devil's advocate. The investigation will now begin with the Advocatus Dei taking the stand, and God himself as the judge.
Monseigneur, for my first witness, I will call Mother Agnes of Jesus, Prioress of the Carmel of Lisieux.
Mother Agnes of Jesus, take the stand.
You are Mother Agnes of Jesus, are you not?
I am.
And in life, you were blood sister of Sister Teresa, were you not?
I was.
Your sister, christened Marie-Françoise Teresa, was born at Alençon, France, on January the 2nd, 1873, and died at Lisieux on September the 30th, 1897, at the age of 24. Is that right?
It is.
Now, Mother Agnes, will you draw upon your reminiscences and tell the court something about your parents and early life? We must prove beyond a doubt that the home you and your Sister Teresa were brought up in was a truly Christian home.
My father was Louis Martin, a devout and good man. My mother, before her marriage, had presented herself at the convent of the Sisters of Charity in the hope of gaining admission. But the Mother Superior, guided by the will of God, turned her away, knowing she was wanted in the world. And my mother, accepting the judgment,
"Oh, my God, since I'm unworthy to be thy spouse in the religious life, I will enter the marriage state to fulfill thy holy will. I beseech thee to make me the mother of many children, and to grant that all of them be consecrated to thee."
And so, Mother Agnes, your mother married Louis Martin, and her prayer was answered. Of the 9 children born to her, Sister Teresa was the youngest, was she not?
She was.
As you were older than your Sister Teresa, and doubtless have many vivid memories of her, can you tell the court what she was like as a child?
Oh, she was always pure in heart. She was humble, shy, retiring, and sensitive to a degree that, it's terrible to remember.
Take heart, Mother Agnes. Remember, she is now in heaven. Make her virtue live for us here on earth.
Well, then, you must know that a great bond existed between my Sister Teresa and our father. Our mother had died shortly after Teresa's birth, and our father had dedicated himself to be both parents to his grieving children, especially his youngest. Teresa was the apple of his eye, and she reciprocated with a like affection. He called her his little queen. She called him her king. One day, when she couldn't have been more than 7 or 8, I heard her calling through the house. "Oh, Papa!" "What are you calling Papa for? You know he's out of business and won't be back until this evening."
"But he is back. Look, he's standing outside. Come over to the window, Agnes, and see for yourself."
"Teresa, you're imagining things again. How could it be, Papa? It's only 2 o'clock, and...
Agnes, I'm frightened. Take hold of my hand.
What's the matter, Teresa, you silly little child?
That man there. That's like Father. Why does he stand with his back to the house? Why doesn't he turn and come toward us?"
"What man? I don't see any man."
"But you must. Out there in the black clothes. Agnes, he is turning."
"Oh, Teresa, what is it?"
Old and so white, as if he couldn't even speak. Oh, Papa. Oh, Papa.
You mean, Mother Agnes, that in that moment, Teresa saw her father as an old man?
She saw more than that. She saw then, while still a child, what we were all destined to see later. My father, stricken with a paralysis that consumed his whole body.
Monseigneur! The Cartus Theobald, you may speak.
Monseigneur,
The issue before us is to prove or disprove the heroic virtue of Sister Teresa of the Child of Jesus during her stay on earth. It seems to me that the episode we have just heard related rather proves her supernatural powers, with which we are not here and now concerned.
Betrothed Dei, how do you answer that charge?
Monseigneur, I agree with the devil's advocate that such things as miraculous powers are in God's hands rather than in ours. But I submit that the extreme sensitiveness of the child Teresa has an important bearing on this investigation, as I will show if I'm permitted to proceed.
Will you permit the Advocatus Dei to proceed?
I will, Monseigneur.
And now, Mother Agnes, it is only natural to suppose that a child as sensitive as your sister Teresa, and already at that tender age so deep in the love of God, was thinking of the joys of serving him in some religious order.
She may have been contemplating that in her heart, but if so, we did not know about it until later.
And when was that?
In the year 1882, my sister Teresa underwent an experience that transformed her and assured her that her vocation in life lay in service to God.
1882? She must have been only 9 years old.
She was. And whereas others of us have a whole lifetime to learn the wonders of God's love, she only had 24 years.
And, Mother Agnes, what was this experience?
It came about during a fever. She had been so seriously ill that it was realized only divine intercession could save her. Our father sent to Paris for a novena of masses to be said at the shrine of Our Lady to obtain the cure of his poor little queen.
My queen.
Father, I want to be carried to the window. I want to see once more God's beautiful world.
Once more?
Lift me up in your strong arms.
All right, my darling. Now. There. Is there pain?
Don't mind. Carry me.
Yes, my darling. There. We're at the window.
Oh, God, who has created this beautiful world, I cannot leave it yet. I have yet to serve thee.
My little queen.
Father, I must live. That statue of the Virgin at the foot of my bed. Kneel down and pray for me, Father. Leave me here in this chair.
But, my dear,
Pray, Father, please.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Father. Father, look.
Teresa, you're standing up.
Father, look. Our Lady. She's smiling at me.
From that moment on, she knew what she had to do in life.
Monseigneur.
Advocatus Diaboli.
Again may I remind the Advocatus Dei that we are here to determine a question of heroic virtue. I do not question that Our Lady interceded to save the life of Sister Teresa during her grave illness. But heroic virtue is something else. It has to do with qualities inside the person herself. Indomitable courage, fortitude, and faith. Will the Advocatus Dei proceed to the proof of these?
I will, Monseigneur. And I will proceed in the order that the devil's advocate has listed them. First, courage. Now, Mother Agnes, can you relate to this court an act of courage such as will put Sister Teresa's fortitude in the service of God beyond question?
There were so many acts of courage. All her life she bore so much, so bravely.
Well, tell us of one specific example. Perhaps, as the later events of her life are so well known, an earlier incident drawn from your memory.
Well, there was the time when, to enter the vocation God had chosen for her, she had to resort to desperate measures.
How was that, Mother Agnes?
It was soon after her 14th birthday. She knew then that to perform God's will on earth, she must enter the convent at Carmel. But the superiors at the convent, unaware of the precious shortness of her life, decided she was too young and tried to put her off for a few years. It was while Teresa was suffering from this bitter disappointment that she accompanied our father on a pilgrimage to Rome. The day came when the pilgrims were to be received at the Vatican, And overcoming her fears, Teresa resolved to supplicate the Holy Father himself. But when they were actually in the audience chamber...
When you have kissed the hand, pass quietly on your way.
How can I disobey such an order? Yet I must speak to perform thy holy will.
Take courage, little Teresa. Speak to the sovereign pontiff, and he will listen.
Their next Holy Father is a child called Marie Françoise Teresa Martin. She is the daughter of Louis Martin, whom you have just blessed. Teresa?
Yes?
Don't keep the Holy Father waiting. You may kneel now and kiss his hand.
Holy Father, I beg
Teresa, I forbid you to speak.
But I must speak, I must. Holy Father, allow me to enter the Carmel at the age of 15.
What's this?
He is a headstrong child, Your Holiness, who desires to become a Carmelite and does not know how to wait.
Oh, I see. Child, Teresa, is that your name?
Yes.
You must learn patience. You must obey your superiors in this matter and do what they decide best.
But one word from you, Holy Father. I can't wait. I can't have patience because I have not long enough to live.
Come, child, come. Take him, Monsieur Martin. And now, Holy Father, the next supplicant for your blessing.
Wait a minute, Father Reveroni. This child, Teresa. In my name, tell the Carmelites to do the best they can for her. It may be that it is God's will she enter the convent now, despite her tender age. And so, Mother Agnes, as the result of this conspicuous act of courage in a girl so young, Teresa was taken into the convent at Carmel at the age of 15.
Yes.
Thank you, Mother Agnes. You may step down now.
The Carter stay. Will be the next witness you will call.
I will call no more, Monseigneur.
No more?
No, Monseigneur. I have brought many more witnesses whom I had intended to take the stand, but I no longer think that necessary. Through the testimony of Mother Agnes, we have already covered the first 15 years of Sister Teresa's life. We have proved her courage and determination of spirit. We have demonstrated her sensitiveness of soul, amounting at times almost to prophetic vision. And we have established beyond doubt the consuming nature of her piety and devotion. At the age of 15, she became a Carmelite and remained a Carmelite till she ended her earthly pilgrimage at the age of 24. 9 years of constant sacrifice, constant service, dedicated to the delight of him she loved above all. I could call witnesses, if I chose, to attest to the humiliations and mortifications she suffered during those years without a sound of complaint ever emanating from her lips. It could be told how she always sought the hardest work, the most cruel tasks, delighting in the fact that what was weakening her physical body was lifting her soul nearer to heaven. And I could show how, at the end, she died a martyr's death, refusing to acknowledge illness, refusing to give up the duties of her vocation despite the agonies of her last days on earth. I could call witnesses to testify to all of this. But the whole world knows of the heroic nature of her life in the Carmel convent. To tell the story again would be superfluous. And so, Monseigneur, I rest my case, challenging the devil's advocate to shake, in any particular he can, the glorious record of Teresa of Lisieux. Just Sister Teresa, she now is called. If the sovereign pontiff in Rome, as a result of this investigation, can elevate her to the blessed state of beatification, rest assured the whole world will rejoice. Monseigneur, I rest my case.
The Cartus, the obelisk, it is now for you to speak and summon what argument you can to show why Sister Teresa of Lisieux should not be recommended for beatification by this court.
Monseigneur, prelates of the church, priests and pilgrims from many lands, I am called the devil's advocate because it is my duty to examine critically the lives of those pure spirits for whom popular claim demands sanctification. The Advocatus Dei has sought to show that Sister Teresa was humble, self-sacrificing, virtuous, courageous, devout, unswerving in her great love for God. That she was all this indeed far more I do not for one moment contest. And yet I claim, for the purpose of this investigation, these qualities are not enough. We are here to pass upon whether Sister Teresa practiced virtue to an heroic degree. That means that her life, in order to be worthy of veneration, must in some way have served as a model, as a symbol, which will have meaning for future generations of men. Sheer goodness is not enough. Sister Teresa was good, yes, but that is not the question before us. Did her life have meaning in the heroic sense?
Yes.
Mother Agnes, what do you mean by this interruption?
Her life had meaning. I see it now. I must speak.
You should have spoken before when you...
But, Monseigneur, it was only now as the devil's advocate was speaking that I knew.
Well, it's against all procedure, but... Advocatus Diaboli, will you give way to new evidence?
Gladly, Monseigneur. If Mother Agnes can prove that Sister Teresa's life had heroic meaning, I will gladly give way.
Mother Agnes, you may take the stand again. Now, what is it you have to tell?
The symbol. It was when she was saying goodbye to our father as she was leaving to enter the convent. They were walking in the garden.
Oh, my little queen, I'm going to lose you.
Oh, Papa, you make it so hard.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's just that parting... Well, never mind what I said. I should rejoice that you go to serve the father of us both.
Oh, what happiness that will be. The father in whose eyes we're both little blossoms in his garden.
Then, little blossom, take this. And if you keep it always, I will always be with you.
A little daisy.
Yes, the humblest of all God's flowers.
Papa, I will keep it as a relic, and I'll try to model my life after it. Teresa, the child of Jesus, will be a humble flower, and I'll try to live so that always afterwards, humble people, the little souls, can imitate me. I'll do nothing that's out of the ordinary. I'll dedicate my life to praying for and working for the little people of this earth. And after my death, I'll always be where they can reach me. In paradise, I'll scatter flowers upon them.
Silence! Silence! What is the meaning?
Oh, Monsieur, look. Rose petals are falling from the vault of the cathedral.
And so the investigation into the heroic virtue of Sister Teresa ended with the triumph of her cause. There still remained the searching examination of the miracles attributed to her intercession, but these were readily forthcoming and approved. On April 29, 1923, the Venerable Teresa of the Child Jesus was enrolled among the blessed, to the great joy of the whole world. The canonization of St. Teresa followed in March 1925. Truly might the Sovereign Pontiff, Pope Pius XI, say of her as he did on that occasion, "In our own day, when men seek so passionately after temporal goods, this young maiden lived in our midst, practicing in all simplicity and devotedness the Christian virtues in order to honor God and win eternal life."
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Blow, Gabriel, Blow. Pan-American Day, set aside to mark the friendly relationship and active cooperation of the 21 nations of North and South America. We salute those allies and friends. More power to them. By the way, did you know that one of the chief ingredients of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Glow Coat comes from South America, from Brazil? Yes, one of the principal exports from Brazil to this country is carnauba wax, obtained from the carnauba palm tree. In Johnson's products, this is skillfully blended with other ingredients to produce a polish that gives long-wearing protection and greater beauty to your floors, furniture, and linoleum. So every time you polish these with Johnson's Wax products, you not only protect them and save yourself work, but you also contribute to the mutually beneficial trade between this country and Brazil. By an odd coincidence, it's April in Wistful Vista, as it is in so many other places. And this is the day of the Spring Festival and Parade. There's a tradition that all parades must be led by a man on a white horse. And Mr. McGee is the only man in town who owns a white horse. Guess who's going to be Grand Marshal? And here at the costumers, waiting to get their parade outfits, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
So you've definitely decided on wearing a Western costume, McGee. Huh?
Absolutely. Looks swell, too. Me in a sombrero and chaps and a silver-mounted Western saddle. I got a silver-mounted bridle for Lillian, too.
Well, that won't fool anybody, McGee. Lillian is too fat to look like a cow pony. She's more cow than pony.
Don't worry. She'll look Western, all right. Why, she's even got a brand on her left hip.
Since when?
Since last night. I done it with indelible ink.
Well, what's your brand, partner?
C-bar-F.
C-bar-F, huh?
Yeah, in honor of Uncle Dennis. C-bar-F. Confirmed bar fly. And when I ride...
Excuse me, can I help you in any way?
Yes, you can use your influence, if any, and cancel this whole parade.
She's kidding, Bud. We're leading the festival parade today, and we want to rent some costumes.
I see. Will you be riding on one of the floats?
I will. McGee will be floating on one of the rides.
She's still kidding. I'm riding my white horse, Bud.
In that case, a suit of armor might be rather effective.
Say, it might at that. How would I be as a knight, Molly?
Well, I think the combination of a knight and a mare would be too appropriate, dearie. You better go Western.
Okay, you got any Western outfits, Bud?
Oh, indeed we have, sir. Now, let me see. You'll need chaps and boots, vest, checkered shirt, scarf, and a 10-gallon hat. What hat size, sir?
A 7.
Oh, I'm afraid we haven't got a size 7 in a 10-gallon hat.
Well, give him one 5-gallon hat and one 2-gallon hat. That's 7.
It's very amusing, madam. However, I can get one from our East Side ranch, I think.
Swell. Send that Western outfit out to Fibber McGee, 79 Wistful Vista, will you, Bud? Right away?
Yes, sir. And now what kind of a costume for the lady?
Oh, so you two lads have finally got around to me. Well, now, isn't that sweet?
How about a beautiful Juliet costume, madam? Gold spangles, gold slippers, little Juliet cap with sequins. Quite charming.
Oh, sounds good to me, Molly. I love dresses with sequences down the back.
No, I don't know, dearie. I don't think I'm quite the Juliet type. The only balcony scene I ever made was when I dropped my purse on a man's head at the Bijou Theater.
How about a little Bo Peep costume, madam? Cotton pinafore, picture hat, ballet slippers, and a crook.
What was that, Bud?
Nothing personal, dearie. A crook is one of those long button hooks that shepherds carry. Didn't you ever herd sheep?
Why, sure I've heard sheep. They go bang. What's that got to do with him calling me names?
A crook is merely the term for a sheepherder's staff, sir. You see, in herding sheep...
Never mind. I'll explain it to him later. Just send the Bo Peep costume out with his thing.
Yes, certainly, madam. I'll make up the costumes immediately. So.
Well, I guess that's all, Molly. Boy, this is going to be fun. I can hardly wait till... Oh, look who's just come in. Uppington.
Is she in this parade, too?
I wouldn't be surprised. She's probably riding on a float for the Loyal Order of Moose.
Well, how could she? She doesn't belong to them.
Well, I ain't sure of her loyalty, but she's sure built on the Order of a Moose. In fact, that old moose... Oh, hi, Uppy.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. McGee? How do you do,
my dear.
Hello, Abigail. Don't tell me you're riding in this parade, too.
Oh, indeed I am, my dear. The Women's Club has a float entered, and I am riding on it as Paul Revere.
Oh, Paul Revere. Well, looky here. Oh, boy.
Isn't that wonderful? I shall wear shoes with silver buckles, white stockings, ruffled breeches, and a three-cornered hat.
Oh, that's funny. When I was a kid, I wore just the opposite, a ruffled hat and three-cornered breeches.
You little rascal, you. You do say the wittiest things. But tell me, what costumes are you wearing?
Well, McGee is wearing a cowboy's outfit, and I'm going as Little Bo Peep. We've got a sulky all decorated with paper flowers, and Lillian will pull the sulky with McGee on her back.
Oh, how utterly delightful.
Yeah.
I imagine Mr. McGee will look very dashing as a cow striker.
Puncher, Uppy. Cow puncher.
Oh.
And when I get into that outfit, I'll bet... Oh, my gosh.
What's the matter, dearie?
Oh.
Are you ill?
Oh, good heavens, how pale he is. Oh, sit down, Mr. McGee.
No, I'm all right, girls. I just thought of
Well, heavenly days, it can't be that bad. What is it?
wait a minute. Hey, Bud, come here a minute.
Yes, sir. Did you wish to speak to me, Mr. McGee?
Yeah, come here a minute. Look.
Yes. Oh, yes, sir. Indeed, they do.
Ah, boy. Is that a load off my mind?
Oh, what was it, Mr. McGee? Really, I have never seen anyone look so perturbed.
What do you want to know, McGee?
Well, I was just checking up. Them cowboy chaps I'm going to wear, they're awful open in places.
Yeah.
I didn't know if cowboys wore pants under them or not. But they do. Well, come on, Molly. I'll see you later, Paul. Did you get the sulky all decorated?
Yes, I did, McGee. And if I never see another paper petunia, it'll be too soon. Did you curry Lillian?
Yes, I did. And she's as nervous as a cat. Ah, but I like a horse with spirit. I hope she acts kind of skittish in the parade.
Well, I don't. Remember, I'll be right behind you in that oversized go-kart. And don't go showing off your horsemanship.
Don't worry. I know how to ride. Someday, you know what I'm going to do?
Certainly, but what's a little fall off a horse?
Someday I'm going to teach Lillian to kneel down when I mount and dismount. I knew a guy that taught his horse that once. Just touched him on the foreleg with his riding crop, and the horse would kneel down. Ah, poor old Hank.
Why, poor old Hank?
He was riding through a creek one day, and a floating stick hit his horse on the knee. The horse knelt down, and poor old Hank got drowned. I haven't seen him since. Hey, ain't it about time our costumes got here? It's almost... That must be them now. Come in.
Any of you cowhands order some Western clothes?
Hey, now, don't make so much noise, Mr. Oldtimer. You don't have to come bursting in here like hop-along casserole.
That's Cassidy, Molly.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Cassidy.
Don't mention it, daughter. Hey, I ain't Cassidy. He means hop-along is Cassidy.
Oh.
You got my Western outfit there, Old-Timer? Oh, yeah. Thanks very much.
Don't mention it, Johnny. What you going to do with it? Run away from home and join the Texas Rangers?
Nope, I'm going to be Grand Marshal this afternoon, old-timer. Going to put a saddle on Lillian and ride her in the parade.
Well, I'm glad that's all there is to it, kids. I was afraid Johnny was really going out west. Pretty dangerous life out there.
What's dangerous about it?
Well, my papa's out there near Dallas, and he's been laid up now for 3 weeks with blisters all over the palms of his hands.
Well, what on earth happened to him?
Works on a dude ranch out there, daughter.
Yeah?
And in the evening by the campfire, he had to sing Deep in the Heart of Texas so often he clapped his hands into a pulp.
If he was such a success, they should have held him over. The campfire.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, he said, you saving enough out of your living expenses to buy United States war saving stamps? Nope, says t'other feller. Nope, says the first feller. Nope, says t'other feller. I'm just saving enough out of my war saving stamp money for living expenses. Well, I'll be looking for in the parade, kid. I'll be on the roof of the First National Bank building.
Oh, say now, wait a minute. They tore that building down last week, Mr. Oldtimer.
What? They did? Much obliged, daughter. By cracky, you saved me a nasty fall.
Well, here's the costumes, Molly. We better be getting dressed.
All right, and I hope I won't feel too silly in a little Bo Peep costume.
Oh, you look cute. Personally, I'm going to get a great kick out of masquerading as a 4-bit cowhand.
A 4-bit cowhand?
Yeah, that's a half a buckaroo. Now, let me see. First, the boots. Hey, look. They sent me women's boots. These have got high heels.
Go on. All cowboys wear high-heeled boots, foolish.
They do? I wonder if they paint their toenails, too. Maybe if I slip them over on
Hello, folks. Say, is it true that you're leading the parade this afternoon?
That's right, Mr. Wilcox. McGee is going to ride Lillian, and I'll ride in the sulky behind them.
I'm wearing a cowboy outfit, Harlow. I'll wave my lorgnette at you as I ride by.
Your what?
My lorgnette. You know, the rope that us cowboys use to lasso cows with.
That's a lariat, McGee.
Huh?
A lorgnette is a pair of glasses on a stick that society ladies look through when they don't want to recognize somebody they know.
Well, besides, Fibber, you won't wave at me. I'm in the parade, too.
You are? You playing in the Drum and Bugle Corps?
No, the Johnson's Wax people have entered a float in the parade.
Really, Mr. Wilcox? What kind of a float is it?
It's allegorical.
Hey, that's a marvelous idea, Harlow. Where'd you get the alligators?
Say, McGee, you're awfully dense today.
Huh?
Allegorical means symbolic.
Yes, our float symbolizes modern housekeeping. Shall I describe it?
Can we stop you?
No.
That's what I thought. Go ahead.
Well, the whole float is a giant replica of a container of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. On one side, a banner says no rubbing, and on the other side, no buffing.
Isn't that wonderful?
Say, wouldn't it be cute to have a little boot black with a bath towel in one hand and a shoe in the other?
Meaning what?
It shines as it dries?
No.
Okay.
Then we have a beautiful girl dressed as a chic little housewife, dressed to go out to the movies or shopping or somewhere. Mm-hmm. We got a professional model for that.
Yeah, but who'd you get to take the part of the chic?
McGee. What makes you so dumb? He meant chick. That's French for ducky.
Certainly. Then in the back, there's a huge alarm clock with the minute hand pointing to 20, meaning the glow coat dries to a mirror-like polish in 20 minutes or less. Of course, the whole floor of the float is covered with a beautiful, gleaming linoleum. Oh. No kidding, it's going to be a very effective float.
But what are you going to do, Harlow?
I'm going to drive it.
You mean you're going to drive it and play the cymbals at the same time?
Who said anything about playing the cymbals?
You said it was symbolic, didn't you?
Oh, for Pete's sake. It's no wonder they asked you to lead the parade. You can't even follow an idea.
What's he getting so fine-haired about?
Well, now, he thought you were making fun of him. You know, don't forget, he takes his work very seriously.
I know that. Any guy that has his bedroom ceiling covered with linoleum so it's the last thing he sees at night and the first thing in the morning has got my deep... Hey, didn't that costume company send me a sombrero?
course they did. It's over there by the wastebasket.
Which one is the wastebasket?
The one with all the tissue paper in it is the hat.
Oh, yeah. How's it look on me, Molly?
Well, frankly, dearie, you look like a grasshopper under a mushroom. No wonder cowboys always sing such lonesome songs.
What do you mean?
Well, with a hat like that, nobody can get near them.
Oh, you just ain't used to it. The reason that... Come in.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, hi, Latrivia. What goes?
I beg your pardon?
What's pretty in the city? What fries with the guys? What do you know that ain't so?
Don't be so slangy, McGee. What he means, Mr. Mayor, is what's cooking.
Oh, I see. I'm afraid I'm not quite up on the modern idiom.
Who's a modern idiom? Now you look here.
Now, just a minute, please. I just wanted to be sure you were familiar with the route of the parade.
Well, I think we are, but maybe you better run over it again to make sure, Mr. Mayor, if you have time.
I'll take time. Though I have been so busy making my belt buckle speech at different places, I haven't been able to devote much thought to this parade.
What you mean, belt buckle speech, Latrivia?
About our war effort, McGee. I talk to people in offices and factories and schools. I tell them that if we expect our boys to belt those Japs over there, we have to buckle down and work over here.
Good.
The whole purpose of my talks, of course, is to make people realize that this war won't be won simply by giving up 2 golf balls, a new inner tube, and a teaspoonful of sugar. This thing involves everything we have and everything we are. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And by George, if a nation of freedom-loving, mechanical geniuses can't smack the kimonos off a gang of little thieves who couldn't invent a dollar watch on their own, we're not the people I think we are, and I think we are. Oh, excuse me, I didn't mean to make a speech here. Now, about the route of this parade. We start at 14th and Oak Street.
And go east?
No, we go west, young man. We go west to Maple, then 10 blocks south to McKinley.
I thought we went south to Adams.
No, McKinley. Then east to Washington, north to Monroe.
Don't you mean Madison?
No, Monroe.
How can we go north to Monroe? It's an east and west street.
My goodness, is it? Yes, it is. Yes, I don't know what... Oh, but I merely said we go north to Monroe, not on it.
Oh, then we don't go on Monroe.
No. Yes, you do, too. North on Washington to Monroe. And then...
Well, I still don't know how we can go north on an east and west street.
Well, for that matter, if we go west on Adams, which is a north and south street, we'll wind up on an east and west street, which will be Washington going east. And it's a one-way street going west. How do you explain that, Latrivia?
I didn't say we went west on Adams. I said Washington was... I mean, if the parade goes north to Monroe... I mean, we can... Now, wait a minute. If we go east on Madison...
You mean south?
South on No, east on Madison. Then west to...
Quincy.
West to Quincy. Oh, wait a minute, no. Who said anything about Quincy?
Molly did, just now.
Well, we don't go to Quincy. Quincy is way down on the south side.
Well, how on earth did we get clear down there? Now, if we go south on Monroe...
We don't go south on Monroe. We go west on Monroe. I mean east. No, I mean south. I mean, if we take Washington to Adams, we... Take it anywhere you want to. And don't bring it back!
The King's Men singing Keeping Our Big Mouths Shut.
This is no time for idle chatter, 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 chatter. This is no time to go and blab, blah, blah, blah. This is not the time to whisper. This is the time to stow the gab. He's a nice, friendly chap, but he might tell a Jap with a radio set in his hut. So watch out what you say. We can help out this way, keeping our big mouth shut. Don't forget pretty eyes could be winking at spies while you're dancing and singing hot sut. Don't go dishing the dirt, just be on the alert, keeping our big mouth shut. Keep it shut, keep it shut, keep it shut. We've got a brand new slogan, so keep it on your mind. For the slip of a lip might sink a big battleship, the sailor boys of yours and mine. So don't be gossipy Joe, bragging about what you know. Keep old Adolf clear off of his nut. We can help Uncle Sam and stay out of a jam, keeping our big mouth shut. Shh, don't you whisper and tell, don't you tattle and yell, don't go out on the corner and strut. We won't have any jinx if mouth shut. Keep it shut, keep it shut, keep it shut. You say you like chin music, then buy a piccolo chum and begin. But when you meet with a chap who wants to shoot off his trap, button up his lip and grin. Don't be gossipy Joe, bragging about what you know. Keep old Adolf clear off of his nut. We can help Uncle Sam and stay out of a jam, keeping our great big mouth shut.
Well, how do I look in my costume, Molly? Like an old cowhand from the Rio Grande?
No, you look more like a jockey from old Milwaukee. Why the rubber boots? Is that a Western effect?
Oh, them cowboy boots hurt my feet. Besides, they got those high heels, and I kept falling over on my face.
Oh, that's bad.
Say, you look swell in that little Bo Peep dress, Molly.
You really think so?
Yeah,
dear?
honest. Very becoming. One of the cutest little...
Oh, dear. Yeah. Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
Can't talk to you very long, I'm afraid, Wimp, old man. We're leading the big parade this afternoon, you know.
Yes, I know, Mr. McGee. I asked Sweetie Face if I could go downtown and watch the parade, and she said yes if I got my work done in time.
What work, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, she has me washing the windows today, Mrs. McGee.
Well, that shouldn't ought to take very long, Wimp.
It does when I do it her way, with a piece of wet cotton on a toothpick.
Heavenly days, what on earth is the idea of that?
Punishment, Mrs. McGee. Just punishment. I was naughty this morning.
Were you really, Wimp? What'd you do, sneak out and inhale a cubeb?
No, Mr. McGee. At breakfast this morning, she told me to eat all the crust off my toast or I wouldn't have curly hair. And when she turned her back, I made a face at her.
Well, that was safe enough, wasn't it?
That's what I thought, Mrs. McGee. But she saw my face in the coffee pot.
And then what?
And then I saw the coffee pot in my face.
Oh, you poor lad. Was the coffee hot?
And that's what Sweetie Face asked me afterwards. And I said I didn't think it was so hot this morning, and that started it all over again.
Well, it's too bad you won't be able to see the parade, Wimp. It's going to be pretty impressive.
Oh, I'm sure it will be, Mr. McGee. But maybe I can see it sometime in the newsreels.
Well, I hope so. At least your wife lets you go to the movies now and then, doesn't she?
Yes, on very rare occasions. I haven't been for quite a while now, though.
You haven't?
No. My, wasn't Ben Hur wonderful the way he drove that train? But I mustn't keep you any longer. You only have a half an hour before the parade starts.
Yes, I'm sorry we haven't more time to talk, Mr. Wimple. Drop in again soon some evening, won't
Thank you, Mrs. McGee. I'll try to, though I'm usually pretty well tied up evenings.
Doing what?
Oh, just lying there, tied up.
That poor little fella. You know, someday he's going to revolt, and I hate to think what'll happen then.
So do I. She'll kill him. He's one of the most hen-peckedest. Hey, look what time it is. We got to get going.
Oh, heavenly days, I'll say we have. Run out and hitch Lillian up to the sulky, McGee.
Oh, okay. No, you run out and hitch her up, Molly. I got to fix this scarf around my neck.
What's the matter with it? Looks very Western to me.
It's too loose. It tickles my neck. I'd be a fine parade marshal riding along giggling and snickering.
Well, all right, but hurry up now. And if I need any help with the harness, I'll call you, dear.
Okay. I better practice walking bow-legged, too, while I'm at it. Say, I bet cowboys play a wonderful game of leapfrog. Maybe I could promote a team. No, now for the... Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello, sis. Now, look, I haven't got time to talk now. I'm marshal of the parade, and I got to get going in just a minute. I says I'm marshal of the parade, and I got to get going.
How far do you have to march, mister? How far do you?
I don't have to march. I ride my horse.
Oh. Well, if you don't have to marsh, why do they call you Marshmallow?
That's a silly question, sis. Just because they call a fish perch, that don't mean he has a canary sitting on his back.
Why?
Why what?
Huh? I bet they don't either.
You bet they don't what? I says what the... Now, look, sis, will you do something for me?
Is there any compensation in it, mister?
What do you mean, compensation?
No.
Why, you little... Yes. Yes, there is. I'll give you a dime.
All righty. What do you want me to do?
Take a pair of shoes downtown for me.
Okay, where are they?
You got 'em on. Goodbye, sis. Dirty trick, but justified under the circumstances. Now, let me see. Here's my sombrero. Oh, yeah. My gun. My cartridge belt. Guess that's everything. Hey, is that you, Molly?
Yes, dearie, it's me.
Uh-huh.
And I'm all ready to go.
Fine.
You better call the taxi.
Taxi? What taxi?
The one we're riding in the parade.
Hey, what's the matter with you, Molly? We're riding Lillian.
Oh, no, we're not.
What? Why not?
Lower your voice, dearie.
Huh?
Lillian has just become a mother.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. Thousands of women all over the country have already signed the Consumer's Pledge, sponsored by the government's Consumer Division. If you haven't seen one, this is how the pledge reads. I will buy carefully. I will take good care of the things I have. I will waste nothing. The makers of Johnson's Wax are very proud that their products can play a part in helping you keep this very worthy pledge. An easy way to take good care of the things you have is to protect your floors, furniture, and woodwork with regular applications of Johnson's Wax. In fact, there are over 100 protective uses for this famous wax polish in your home. Wax your windowsills, your Venetian blinds, shoes, luggage, refrigerator, metal furniture, and all chrome surfaces. You'll find Johnson's paste or liquid wax equally good for all these purposes. Paste or liquid, it's the same fine product, and in either form, it's very easy to use.
McGee, did you go out and see Lillian's new baby?
Yeah, cute little cuss, ain't he?
Yeah.
Did Uncle Dennis see it?
No, but I ran up and told him.
Oh, what'd he say?
He said, what color is it?
And what'd you say?
I said black and white.
And what'd he say?
Make mine the same.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. In a newspaper office, the night seems especially reserved for all sorts of screwy crank calls. And if every wild tale that came in over the telephone was tracked down, there wouldn't be enough reporters left around to make up a game of solitaire. This yarn started with one of those calls, but it ended differently. And how differently it ended. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. A heavy rain was falling, and I found an excuse to sit it out by polishing my next day's monumental trivia for the column. I was looking for the capital A on my typewriter when the phone rang. Stone talking.
Mr. Stone, please listen.
I'm listening.
A bomb in the plane to Denver.
A what?
In the Denver-bound plane tonight. A bomb. Don't you understand?
What's your name?
You have no time. The passengers...
If you're on the level, you give me a name.
No, my husband. I've got to go now. My bus is leaving.
You're in a bus depot. Which one?
Mr. Stone, you're wasting time. It's true, I tell you. The Denver plane.
Well, what time does the flight leave?
8:30. I couldn't call till now.
You say 8:30?
Yes. Oh, please.
Well, lady, you phoned exactly 10 minutes too late. It's 20 minutes to 9 right now.
Oh, no.
I repeat, some nights are good for a dozen crank calls, but I couldn't take chances with this one. I called the control tower at the airport.
Control.
This is Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
Yes, Mr. Stone.
You had an 8:30 flight to Denver?
Yes, sir, but then...
Oh, well, you better contact that pilot immediately and tell him to make an emergency landing wherever he is. Have him load the passengers and let no one near the plane till the police get there.
Yeah, but the Denver plane hasn't taken off. Fog came in suddenly, and the flight has been grounded till it lifts.
Where is she now?
Far end of the strip.
Oh, good. Well, keep her there and warn all personnel to keep clear, and I'll be out there as soon as I can.
Well, listen, Stone...
No, you do as I say. I phoned police headquarters, and they sent a radio car to pick me up. In 5 minutes, I was sitting in the back seat with Sergeant Skalski while the driver ripped up the streets at 70 miles an hour.
If there's anything I can't stand, Randy, it's bombs.
What time you got, Sergeant?
8:55. And me off duty 20 minutes ago. I was getting a ride home when the call came through.
Oh, there she is. You can stop here.
Okay.
Come on.
I don't mind telling you, Randy, I'm scared.
Yeah, me too.
I hope that call was a phony.
It was a bomb, all right, and a big one. The explosion threw me to the ground. When the earth stopped tossing me around, I looked at the burning DC-4, and people were pouring towards her out of the main building. I saw a Jeep with a fire crew race for the plane, and I fought my way back to my feet.
You hurt, Randy?
I'm shaken up, that's all. We better get over there, Kowski.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Step back. Now, let's clear the field now. Back inside the waiting room, all of you.
The fire boys already have it licked.
Yeah. It looks like a ghost lying there.
Well, what do we do now, Sergeant?
Poke around a bit. It's safe now. I have to make a report on this. CAB boys will take over in the morning, but I got to make a report anyways.
Well, exactly what are you looking for?
Bomb fragments, maybe? Maybe a hunk of the container the bomb was in. Who knows?
Oh, this is some mess. What's this?
What's it? Could be a bomb fragment. If you see any more, don't handle them. Prints.
You mean prints that stay on after an explosion like that?
Yeah. Crazy, ain't it? Step aside for a minute.
What?
A fragment just like the other. And this one is embedded in a piece of leather.
Yellow pigskin leather. Figure the bomb was in this bag?
Maybe. Maybe not, but it's something to go on. Now, let's go talk to the passengers.
Why would a passenger put a bomb in his own luggage if he knew he was going to be blown to kingdom come?
Nice guy, whoever did it. All right, folks. All right, settle down. You've got a little talking to do. Everybody here, there was to be a passenger in Flight 63?
Officer, my name is Stephen Bradley.
So?
We're badly shaken up. Some of us need medical care. You have no right to hold us here.
Only the right to find out who tried to murder 40 people.
All right, Randy, I'll handle this.
Well, then it was murder. I knew it.
Now, take it easy, folks, and you'll all be out of here in a few minutes. I said quiet, everyone. Now, we'll call you up one by one. All you have to do is tell us if this piece of yellow leather pigskin was part of your luggage. There's enough of it here to identify. Okay, Bradley, you're in a hurry. We'll start with you.
36 potential corpses lined up and filed past the piece of yellow leather. None of them claimed it. Then Sergeant Kowski checked their addresses and gave them the routine spiel about being available for further questioning, and he let them go.
There's not much more I can do. Tomorrow the Aeronautics Bureau will take over. I'll phone my report in. My watch, right? It says 9:45.
Yeah, it's right.
You coming back to town with me?
Well, if it's okay with you, I'll stick around here and do a little checking on my own.
Okay. But I tell you what, if anything hot comes up, call me at home. Don't phone it into headquarters. I don't want them to think,
perish the thought. Kowski gave me his home phone number and left. A little prodding, and the baggage man remembered seeing the yellow pigskin suitcase. And then came the first big break. The baggage man found a delivery slip from the Minerva Messenger Service testifying to the fact that they delivered in good order one pigskin leather suitcase to be checked on the ticket of one of the passengers, Mr. Stephen Bradley. I found Bradley at his hotel. He hadn't checked in yet. Then I called Sergeant Kalski. There was no real welcome in his voice.
So glad you called, Randy. Got the thing all wrapped up?
No, but I found out who owned that yellow bag. Stephen Bradley, one of the passengers.
Yeah, I remember him. I'll go out and pick him up.
No, it's not going to be that easy. He's not at the address he gave us.
I'll get him, all right. So that's who it was, huh? I'll have him by midnight. What time is it now?
It's 25 to 11.
Where will you be?
At the Minerva Messenger Company, 24-hour service.
Never heard of it.
You will. The brakes were with us. The Minerva Messenger Company had a complete record of the pickup on the suitcase. They'd found an envelope in the mail slot that evening with $2 bills and a key in it, and a typewritten unsigned note had instructed them to pick up a suitcase in the locker at the Arlington bus depot and take it to the airport to be checked on Stephen Bradley's ticket. It was nearly 11 o'clock when I got to the bus station. And near a row of long unbooed telephones, there was a candy and cigar stand.
Yes, sir. Something for you?
Those are the only payphones here?
Uh-huh. No closed booths. When it's quiet, you should know some of the conversations I listen to.
I guess you make change for a lot of them, huh?
Yeah, it drives me nuts. My boss don't like me talking to men during working hours.
Well, I'm disqualified. I'm a reporter.
Reporter? No kidding.
No kidding. I'm trying to locate a woman who phoned me from here. She's about 20 to 9. Were you working then?
Yeah. Yeah, what'd she look like?
I don't know. She'd been crying. I'd say she was in her early 30s, kind of a sexy voice.
20 to 9? You say she was crying?
Well, toward the end of the conversation, she started crying.
I think I know who you mean. I talked to her.
Go on.
She came in about 15 minutes after 8, maybe 20 after. She looked scared, like she'd run away from somebody, so I watched her. That's my slow time.
You said you'd talk to her.
She asked me if anyone had left a note for Mrs. Curran or Curran, some name like that. Oh, Mrs. Hal Curran. That's what it was.
You think she was Mrs. Curran?
I know it. She said if anybody asked for her, that she'd be back. A few minutes later, she made the call. It must have been to you. She burst out crying and hung up.
What did she look like?
Like I wished I looked. Dark hair, 5'3" or 4. Beautiful figure. No wonder you're looking for her.
She was alone?
Nobody with her that I know of. And she got on the bus all alone.
You wouldn't happen to know what bus?
Sure, the Lake Forest bus. She asked me what time it left, and I told her. Say, that should make it a cinch. Her name is Mrs. Hal Curran, and she lives in Lake Forest.
Well, that's almost too easy. It looks like she loaded you with information knowing that I'd be around.
In a way. Maybe I don't blame her.
Now, what's your name?
Marion. Why?
Well, if this story breaks, I'll share my byline with you.
I don't know exactly what you mean, but I'm all for it.
I was looking for a Mrs. Hal Curran, the girl who'd phoned me from the bus station to so accurately prophesy the bomb explosion on the Denver-bound plane. And she'd left a trail easy enough for a tenderfoot Boy Scout to follow. In less than an hour, I was pounding on her door.
Is that you, Hal?
Open the door, please.
Who is it?
Let me in.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you.
What do you want?
I'm Randy Stone, Mrs. Curran.
I don't know you. Please, get out of here.
You called me earlier this evening at the Chicago Star, remember?
Oh, you're mistaken.
Mrs. Curran, you warned me that a bomb would explode in the Denver-bound plane. Well, it did.
What plane? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, let's face it, you're not very good at this sort of thing, Mrs. Curran. You gave yourself away half a dozen times. First, you made your phone call from a bus depot. I found out which one it was by tracing the baggage back to the Arlington. That's where you called from.
You're crazy. I wasn't out of the apartment all day.
Then you walked up to a bright young girl at the candy counter and asked her if there was any messages for a Mrs. Hal Curran. I talked to that girl. She described you to a T. Want some more?
You have no right to talk to me like this.
I'm just trying to refresh your memory. You took the Lake Forest bus, correct?
No.
You could have made it easier if you wanted me to find you, and I think you did.
Oh, I never thought of it. Stupid.
You wanted me to stop that plane and get to the person responsible, didn't you?
I tried to stop him. I begged Hal not to do it, but
He was like a crazy man.
Your husband, he engineered this little thing?
Poor Hal. Poor mixed-up Hal.
Well, give me a description of him. We got to have him picked up.
No, it's too late, I tell you. He said he was going to take his own life after the bomb went off.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. This month of September, many thousands of children will be going back to school. 4 times daily, these children will be walking to and from school. You are urged to be careful, to be watchful, to be safe. In 1 year's time, 61,000 children were killed or injured by motor vehicles. Watch for children darting out from that blind spot between parked cars. Watch for them as they get on and off school buses. Watch for children playing on the sidewalks and crossing the streets going to and from school. Remember this: a child may dare, so drive with care. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I got his description and phoned it into police headquarters. I asked them if Sergeant Kalski had brought in Bradley, and they told me he hadn't. All the while I've been on the phone, Mrs. Coran sat there crying. Sergeant, if you locate Kalski, tell him I'm at, what's the number here, Mrs. Coran?
Evergreen 31074.
It's Evergreen 31074, thank you.
He's dead. It's my fault. It's just like I did it.
Well, there's no point in blaming yourself, Mrs. Coran.
It was the quarrel. Hal and Bradley had started the business together. They were equal partners.
Mrs. Coran, I'm a reporter. Maybe you'd better not say anything.
No, just like I killed him, I've got to talk to someone.
He may not be dead.
About 6 years ago, Hal gambled with company funds. Bradley found out and said he'd prosecute if the money wasn't returned. Where could Hal raise $6,000?
Well, that's quite a mound of greenbacks.
They made a deal. Bradley was to get Hal's interest and agreed to keep Hal on as one of the shop foremen. After that, he lost all his initiative. He stayed a laborer in a business he'd created. I begged him to break away, but he wouldn't. We quarreled about it often. I didn't know it would lead to this.
Maybe you better try and have a rest.
Last night, Hal came home from work. I'd never seen him look so old and beaten.
Ellen?
Just a minute.
Hiya, honey.
Hi. How come you brought all your things home from the office?
Well, let's not talk about it now. I'm dead.
Hal, something's wrong.
Not now. After supper, please.
Oh, it's always not now with you, isn't it? Tell me, Hal.
All right. I lost my job. Out of work, canned.
Lost your job? Hal.
I'll get another one.
Bradley fired you? Why?
It wasn't Bradley. It was new people.
What new people? Why is it you never start from the beginning? What new people?
Bradley sold them the business. They didn't want me, so I'm through.
Bradley sold out? That business is half yours, Hal.
We've been over that before.
Oh, without a fight, you let him sell out without opening your mouth. What kind of a man are you?
What was I supposed to do? Hit him over the head?
No, that takes nerve. He's a dirty, rotten. And he didn't say anything to you till it was all over, huh?
No, he came up this morning and said goodbye. He's going to the coast to live tomorrow night.
To the coast to... With your money. And you just stood there and said, good luck, Bradley. Oh, Hal, this is the last straw. I can't go on living with a man who won't fight back. Spineless, incompetent.
Oh, that's enough of that. Shall I kill him? Is that what you want?
You kill. You coward.
I'm no coward, Ellen. And I'll prove it to you. I'm going out now.
Hal, come back. What are you going to do?
What do you want? Kill Bradley. Kill Steve Bradley.
Oh, who said anything about killing? Just go up to him and demand what's coming to you.
That's not what you really want, is it, Ellen?
Oh, try talking sense, Hal.
I'm talking it for the first time in my life.
Hal, come back, Hal.
And this was last night?
I didn't know he meant it, but this morning he brought it home. He had a gun, too. He said he'd kill me if I tried to interfere. He was crazy.
What did he do with the bomb?
He put it in a suitcase and made me go with him to the bus depot. Put the suitcase in the locker. Later, he had a messenger pick up the key and check the bag through to the plane.
But why a bomb? Why take the lives of 40 people to murder one man?
I told you, he lost his mind. He wouldn't talk to me all day. He just watched me every minute.
And after the messenger came?
He said goodbye to me. He said as soon as Bradley was dead, he'd kill himself.
Well, we've got to find him. When he finds out Bradley wasn't killed, he'll go gunning for him.
Bradley isn't dead? But the bomb, you said it went off.
Well, it did, but the plane was still on the ground. Your call was in time after all.
Then nobody was killed.
What's the matter? Don't you understand? Nobody was killed. Nobody.
Hal killed himself for nothing. Poor Hal. Even this last thing couldn't come off right for him.
Well, I'm not so sure he's dead, Mrs. Coran. He may have been at the airport when the bomb went off. He may be looking for Bradley now. And with a gun.
He's dead, I tell you. He's killed himself.
The outburst tapered down and Mrs. Coran fell back exhausted on the couch. I called the police again, still no news. Neither Bradley nor Coran had been located. Mrs. Coran had fallen asleep, and I sat opposite her and waited. I heard someone opening the door, and I turned around. He stood there in the doorway. An old man in his early 30s. His shoulders sagged, and there was a look of utter dejection about him, and he blinked stupidly at me, and then he walked slowly over to the woman on the couch.
What's the matter with her? Ellen?
No, let her alone. Let her alone. She's exhausted. You're Hal Coran.
I got to talk to her. Ellen, wake up.
What do you want?
It's me, Hal.
Hal, you didn't...
I couldn't do it. I couldn't go through with it.
He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it.
Ellen, what's the matter with you?
She's hysterical. That's what's the matter with her.
Poor kid, it's my doings. Ellen, baby.
Get away from me. Don't touch me. I hate you.
Ellen, listen.
I'm arresting you, Mr. Coran. A citizen's arrest.
Me? What for?
Well, just to remind you, the bomb in Bradley's suitcase. If that plane hadn't been grounded and your wife hadn't called me...
What are you talking about? I couldn't go through with it, do you understand? I was going to, but like Ellen says, I got no guts. When it comes to a pinch, I got no guts.
Oh, Hal, lying won't do you any good. Haven't you even got the strength to admit what you've done?
I took it out of the locker and brought it home early this afternoon.
What?
You were out, Ellen. I disconnected the fuse and I put it in this drawer. That's the truth. Right in here. Come here, mister. I'll show you.
Well?
It was here. I put it here myself.
Oh, it's funny. Honest, it's funny, the mess he makes of things.
I'm phoning the police to come and get you, Coran.
Put that phone down.
Oh, give me that gun, Coran.
I mean it. I put the bomb in that drawer. Somebody took it out.
The gun, please.
Hal, what's the use?
Ellen, somebody took the bomb out of the drawer.
Coran.
Stay put, mister. I'm leaving.
How long do you think you'll last?
Long enough. And don't try to follow me.
I phoned the cops again and brought them up to date, and then I went looking for him. I figured he might be hiding close by. In a few minutes, the neighborhood was swarming with police, so I went back to stay with Mrs. Coran. I heard some movement behind her door. I was sure it was Coran. I wanted to get in quietly so that I could grab him from behind. A man was standing near Mrs. Coran when I got inside, but it wasn't her husband. Bradley.
What? Oh, Mr. Stone. Oh, did you...
No, we haven't got him yet. It won't be long, though.
This the newspaper man you told me about, Ellen?
Yes.
Where you been keeping yourself, Bradley? A lot of uniformed men have been looking for you.
Oh, he knew at the airport that Hal had put the bomb there, didn't you, Steve?
Yes, I recognized the letter. I'd given that back to him for a birthday present.
Well, why didn't you tell the sergeant?
I wanted to square it my own way.
I tried to stop it. I tried all I could.
You tried all right.
Hal! Hal.
I locked the door. Line up against the wall, all of you.
Give me that gun, Coran.
Get back. I'll shoot you. I mean it.
Well, the cops will be here in a minute.
That's all I need. A minute.
Hal, darling, put the gun down.
We can settle this without guns, Coran.
It came to me all of a sudden. A few minutes ago, I got the total. I did take that bomb home.
Oh, he's lying. He never came home all day.
So I asked myself, who put it back in the suitcase and had it delivered? The answer was so simple, I had to laugh. Ellen. She took it back.
Me.
Coran, you're not on trial here. Save your defense for the right place. I'd suggest that you...
Don't move. Anybody tries to stop me now gets killed.
Why bring Ellen into this? Why don't you be man enough to take
I asked myself that, too. Why would Ellen...
Isn't anybody going to stop him?
Then it hit me. Ellen been working me up on Bradley. Not because he was running out on me, but on her. Get it?
He's crazy.
When I told her Bradley was leaving, I couldn't understand why she went wild like that. Then I started remembering little things, like useless trips Bradley would send me on, stuff like walking into a room and seeing him laughing about something. You know, that special kind of laugh.
Hal, you're being ridiculous.
Poor Hal.
When he showed he was going to run out on us, she wanted him dead. And she took the bomb out of the drawer, rigged it up again, and sent it to the airport. You see the way it added up?
Lies. Every word of it's lies.
You prove all that in court and you're in good shape, Hal.
I can't wait for the court to straighten my accounts. I just got the total tonight, and I got to pay it off.
Steve, he's going to kill you.
Hal, look. You're not yourself. What do you want? Money? I'll give you some. Lots.
Steve will make it right with you, Hal. He will.
Tonight, I got the picture. Bradley, Ellen, and Hal. Ellen, Bradley, and Hal. Hal always laughed.
No, that's not true.
You know when it all came to me? After I left you a little while ago, Ellen. I didn't go running through the streets looking for a place to hide. I went to the apartment house next door. I sat down on the fire escape.
Open up in there.
Keep quiet, all of you. Know what room I could see from the fire escape? This one, Ellen. I saw Bradley come in.
Hal, you... Oh, Hal, honest. It didn't mean anything.
You ran up to him, and I saw a look on your face, the same look I used to see when we were first married.
Randy, you in there?
Hold it. Kowski's got a gun.
Shut up. You took that look away from me and gave it to Bradley. That made it a clean sweep for him, my business, my job, my wife.
Hal, I'll make it right. Just give me a chance.
You, Bradley? You don't owe me anything. It's Ellen. What she's taken from me, there's only one way to square.
Me? Hal, you're going to kill me?
Coran, listen. I believe you. The court will, too.
You love me, Hal. Don't you love me?
Yes, Ellen. I love you.
Then you wouldn't...
Coran.
Goodbye, Ellen. He did it. He killed her.
Yeah. Yes, I was in the middle of that one. Now I've got to write it up for tomorrow morning's eye-opener. Now, whose point of view will I handle it from? Hal's? You couldn't do that. He's a murderer. You wouldn't want to sympathize with him. And Bradley's? What's he done that a million other men haven't? And Ellen? That reminds me of the song, Please Don't Talk About Me When I'm Gone. Now we better leave Ellen out of this, too. How about a nice bit on the grain exhibit at the museum? Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. This transcribed story was a Lewis and Russoff script, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Ellen was played by Joan Banks. Others featured were John Stevenson, Paul Frees, Stan Waxman, and Sandra Gould. Frank Lovejoy appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of The Miracle of Our Lady of Fatima. Listen next week at this time, and every week, as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Protect yourself, your savings, your very way of life by becoming an investor in America. Buy new, improved United States defense bonds regularly. Yes, buying defense bonds is the way you can directly contribute to America's security and your own. And it's so easy to save the defense bond way. Just join your payroll savings plan where you work, or if you're self-employed, sign up for the bond-a-month plan where you bank. This way, you automatically put aside as much money as you want to each month. Before you know it, you have a backlog for emergencies, savings for a trip, the down payment on that new home, as well as having helped Uncle Sam in the all-important job of defense. And defense bonds are now an even better investment than ever, with new, improved interest rates and a quicker return on your money. So become an investor in America today. Buy more defense bonds more often, because they're now even better.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now here is Goddard and MacMurray.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight we bring you the immortal melodies of Franz Schubert in the operetta based on the life and music of that great composer. It's Blossom Time, with book and lyrics by Dorothy Donnelly and music adapted by Sigmund Romberg. In the role of Mitzi in tonight's performance, you will hear the charming coloratura soprano of the Metropolitan Opera Company, Patrice Munzel. And as Baron Schober, the popular tenor of radio and the screen, Kenny Baker. As we turn back the pages of time, I become the composer, Franz Schubert, seated at a table in a small outdoor cafe with my closest friend, Baron Franz Schober. It's Blossom Time in Vienna, and everyone is singing.
Let us greet the spring with singing wine, rolling in the glasses, ringing. Why should we never care? Joy is everywhere, so fill your glasses, all you Latin lasses hail. Let us greet the spring with singing words, gaily in the sky are winging. Why should we have a care? Joy is everywhere, away off there, we're singing there. Greeting to the spring.
Did you ever see such a day, Schober? Why, look at that sky.
Sky. At the moment, I'm more interested in my stomach. Where is that waiter?
I'm afraid he's very busy. The whole town seems to have turned out and landed right here at Domayor's.
Come on, let's order everything on the menu, huh?
Wait a minute, Franz. Remember, I'm just a poor composer.
Oh.
just because you're wealthy, I can't always take advantage of our friendship to,
Look, a great composer like you shouldn't have to worry about material things. Your thoughts should be on youth, spring, and music.
Oh, what inspiration I get on such a day as this. Birds are darting, buds are starting, hand in hand go girl and boy.
Very charming, but more calming is the wine cup's golden joy. I would roam from my home far across the sea.
My joy best is expressed in a melody.
What more royal, comrade loyal, greater blessings can you tell?
Cease your pondering, wine and wandering, friendship, I will lose its spell. Oh, gentle April, who blesses the earth with caresses, be kindly and give me the girl of my heart. Upon her soft maiden bosom let sweet lilacs blossom, while I sing her praises, my springtime thou art. Oh, how the world laughs in springtime, 'tis ever known as love's own ring-time.
Why are we waiting? The birds are mating. In every tree they chirp and sing.
And in the green forest flowers, we'll find a wreath of snowy flowers. Why do we tarry? It's time to marry. Come pluck the blossoms in the spring.
And in the green forest flowers, we'll find a wreath of snowy flowers.
Why do we tarry? It's time to marry.
Come pluck the blossoms of the spring. Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Isn't it great?
Look at those blossoms. And look at those three beautiful young girls sitting at that table over there.
Ah, careful, Franz. Pulling the reins. A man could get into trouble on a day like this.
Where is he? Where is Baron Schober?
Yeah, I'm in trouble.
Oh, there you are.
Madame Bellabruna.
You deceiver, you breaker of women's hearts.
Now, please, just a moment.
You promised to take me to supper last night after my performance at the opera. Where were you?
Careful, madame. My friend is a composer. You'll upset his inspiration.
I'm not interested in his inspirations. I'm only interested
Bellabruna. My husband. My husband. Or no. Good heavens.
Oh, I must fly. Get out of sight, Baron. He's frightfully jealous of you.
Yes. Franz, where shall I go?
Here, under the table.
Oh.
Where is she? Where did she go? Young man, wasn't Madame Bellabruna here a moment ago?
Well, she may have been, sir. I couldn't say.
I saw her talking with that young whippersnapper, Baron Schober. Now, where did they go?
That way, I think.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'll find them, and when I do, I'll see.
All right, the coast is clear, Schober. You can come out now.
Oh.
You certainly get yourself involved, my friend.
Yes, but through no fault of my own, Franz. Bellabruna fancies herself in love with me.
Oh, and you?
Franz, you know women mean absolutely nothing to me. Nothing.
I beg your pardon, but aren't you Baron Schober?
Well,
Nothing, eh?
Oh, Baron Schober, you don't remember me. And after giving me your key and everything. Why, Baron Schober.
Why, Baron Schober?
What key?
The key to your ice skate.
My ice skate? Why, I haven't been skating since I was 10 years old.
10? Well, you told me you were 12.
Oh, why, you're Mitzi. Little Mitzi.
Mitzi Kranz.
Miss Kranz, may I present Mr. Schubert?
Oh, you're not Franz Schubert.
Yes, I'm afraid I am.
Oh, I'm honored to meet you.
Well, thank you. And I'm delighted to meet you.
My sisters and I were sitting over there at that table, and we saw you turn and look at us, and, well, suddenly I recognized Baron Schober. And I remembered that years ago he told me if I was ever in trouble to call on him.
And, are you in trouble, Mitzi?
Oh, desperate trouble.
Well, what's wrong?
My sisters want to get married, but my father doesn't think we should have bows.
Oh, you should have a beau, Miss Mitzi.
Oh, my sisters Kitsy and Fritzy have. They went out walking with them just now, and if Papa finds out about it, he'll be furious. Oh. They'll never be able to get married.
Say, would you like me to try and persuade him, Mitzi?
You think you could?
Could I? Leave it to me. Your sisters are as good as married right now. Don't worry any more about it. All your cares are blown away.
Soon will be their wedding day.
Who'll
little maidens soon will be wed, 3 little maids no more.
There is in all Vienna town a dwelling plenty, and like a house that's built for doves, there dwells inside 3 little doves. The house of these 3 maidens fair is known no plenty, not very soon a honeymoon will claim to maidens dear.
Trixie and Kitsy and Mitzi, they say, flutter their wings, for they'll soon fly away. Though they may fly as birdlings do, you'll always be 3 daughters true. Trixie and Kitsy and Mitzi, the 3 dear little maidens will soon married be. May you be blessed with happiness, 3 lovely little maids. Trixie and Kitsy and Mitzi, the 3 dear little maidens will soon married be. May you be blessed with happiness, and while the sunset fades, then every boy here win and joy 3 happy days.
Say, Mitzi, I don't want to alarm you, but isn't that your father just turning the corner there?
Oh, dear. Oh, what can I do? If he sees me here talking to a man, he'll be furious.
Wait a minute. I'll tell you what. I'll go tell him you're arranging for Franz for some music lessons.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Isn't it, Mr. Schubert?
I can't think of a better one.
Good. I'll take care of it right away.
It's a beautiful day, isn't it, Miss Mitzi?
Yes, beautiful.
You know, moments like this have been the theme of music since time began.
Oh, Mr. Schubert, this has been an afternoon I shall remember forever.
Aha, Mitzi, and all alone with a man.
Oh, Papa.
Why, Miss Mitzi, this man is your father?
Depressing, ain't it?
Papa, may I introduce Mr. Franz Schubert?
Franz Schubert, the great composer?
Yes, Papa. I came to see Mr. Schubert about music lessons, but I didn't come alone. Fritzy and Kitsy are here.
You don't say. Well, they must have shrunk a little. I don't see them.
I believe they went for a stroll through the gardens.
Well, that's harmless enough if they don't meet those 2 young men who are always mooning around them.
Oh, but Fritzy and Kitsy are in love, Papa. They want to get married.
Impossible. I refuse to grant my permissions.
But surely you aren't against marriage, sir. Why, you got married yourself.
One of my strongest arguments. You know what marriage can lead to? Daughters. You know what daughters can lead to? Young whippersnippers who try to take them away from you. Such agony those boys cost me. I could do anything this side of murder to get rid of them.
Then let them marry your daughters. That ought to teach them a lesson.
You're right. I'll do it. Wait a minute. Would you say that was this side or the other side of murder?
Well, I think the punishment would just about fit the crime, Mr. Kranz.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Kranz. Good afternoon. Sorry I missed him, Franz. I had to hide from Bella Bruna, and he slipped by me.
Well, it's just as well, my friend. Mr. Krantz has consented to the marriage of his daughters. Everything has been arranged.
Who arranged that?
Why, you did, Mr. Krantz.
Sometimes I'm so clever I outwit myself. Oh, look. Everyone is leaving the cafe here. We must go too, or else Mama will be wondering what happened to us.
Wouldn't you like to have us walk home with you, Mr. Kranz?
Oh, that's a wonderful idea, Baron Schubert. You walk ahead with Papa, and Mr. Schubert and I will follow.
Yes, I'm so lucky.
Don't get lost in the crowd, Papa.
If I do, I'll find myself.
Come, Mr. Schubert.
Thank you.
Mr. Schubert, I want to thank you for helping me with Papa.
Oh, it was a pleasure. But I'm sorry the music lessons were just an excuse.
Oh, but I'd love to study with you, if you're willing.
Would tomorrow afternoon be too soon?
Oh, that's wonderful. We can talk all afternoon.
The whole afternoon?
About music.
Oh, yes. About music.
Soft your music is singing, bringing secrets sweet in its song to me.
You're a vision sun shines on me from above.
Did you ever notice the way folks talk sometimes about the railroads, just as if they were all one big railroad? Actually, there are about 600 different railroads operating in the United States. Some of them operate over thousands of miles of track spanning great sections of the country. Some run just a few miles between local stations. Others operate joint terminals for 2 or more railroads in cities. Whatever the kind of operating they do, each one of them has its own business to do, its own problems to meet, its own services to perform. But there are some things common to all of them, large and small. They all are part of the great national and indeed continental system of transportation, which makes it possible for any shipper anywhere to send his goods anywhere else that railroads run, all as one transaction. He doesn't have to deal with a lot of railroads, just the one in his own town. And there's another thing common to all these railroads. They are, every one of them, part and an essential part of every place they serve. They are not some distant and abstract something, the railroad. They are part of your town. Railroad men and women work there. Railroad wages are paid there. Railroad supplies and materials are bought there. Railroad property is owned there. And railroad taxes are paid there. Because railroad service is so widespread, because railroads go so many places, all of us are likely to overlook this big and simple fact about them. The fact that everywhere the railroad goes, it is a local business enterprise, a citizen of every community it serves. And now back to Blossom Time, starring Patrice Moncel, Kenny Baker, and your host, Goddard and MacMurray.
Fritzy and Kitsy are happily wed. May Georgie's theirs in the future ahead.
Though they may fly as birdlings do, they'll always be my sister's crew.
Fritzy and Kitsy are leaving today. 2 lucky husbands will take them away.
May they be blessed with happiness, their husbands by their side. If they could live in always stay,
My dear friends, dare I say, ladies and gentlemen, today we have been present at the marriage of 3 of my 2 daughters. 2 of my 3 daughters to 3 of the 2 gentlemen. But
Papa, you're getting all mixed up.
Now, Mitzi, if you're going to interrupt me, I'll lose the thread of the whole thing here. I'll have to start all over again with a thread in one eye and a tear in the other. Now, as I was...
Mr. Krantz.
Baron Schober, please, don't interrupt, please.
But, Mr. Krantz, we're waiting to sing the serenade Mr. Schubert composed especially for the occasion.
Oh, really? Well, where is Mr. Schubert?
I'm right here at the piano, Mr. Krantz.
Oh, what a coinky-dinky.
Under your window, deep in the shadow, stand I here alone. Stand I here alone. With my song, the night wind weaves a pleading like my own. The trees that softly whisper sings a nightingale. Sings a nightingale.
my passion, tells my passion, nightingale sing again. Nightingale sing
Very pretty indeed, Mr. Schubert.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Kranz.
A little depressing, but pretty.
Why, don't be silly, Mr. Kranz. People will be singing that song when we're all playing on harps.
That's what I mean. Depressing, ain't it?
Don't pay any attention to Papa, Mr. Schubert. It was beautiful.
If my little song pleased you, Miss Mitzi, then I'm happy.
Well, come everybody. Coffee and cake in the garden.
May I pour, Papa?
You mean you want to reign at the table? That was a little joke, Mitzi.
Oh, Papa.
Aren't you coming with us into the garden, Franz?
Oh, no, thanks. I'm a little self-conscious among so many people.
Among people or just around Mitzi?
Is it that obvious?
It is to me.
You know, I wrote my serenade just for her. I tried to say everything in music that I've never been able to put into words.
Did you tell her that?
No. When I'm with her, my throat goes so dry, it's all I can do to pass the time of day. Look, I've written another song for her, Franz, a love song. Would you sing it to Mitzi for me?
Me?
You have a way about you with women. I know it's asking a great deal, but I hoped you might be willing to help me out.
Why, of course I will, Franz. At least I'll do my best.
Oh, thank you, my friend.
Baron Schober, there's a very beautiful lady in the garden asking for you.
What's her name, Mr. Kranz?
Madame Bellabruna.
Bellabruna?
Yeah.
You can't escape your past, Franz.
Who wants to escape a past like Bellabruna?
Now, wait a minute. Don't let her charms fool you, Mr. Kranz. She has a violent temper. You see that scar on my hairline?
Yes.
Soup tureen.
No.
Yes.
Besides, she has a very jealous husband, if my memory serves me right.
Her husband isn't with her, is he?
No.
Oh, good. Well, I'd better go out and get rid of her before he shows up, and then I'll be covered with scars.
But, Franz, what about my song?
I'll sing it to her later, Franz.
Franz, don't you chaps get your love letters mixed up? Friend Schubert.
Love letters? Why, Franz Schober is a baron, a gentleman, while
you're nothing but a genius, you sly old foxy, you.
Papa, the guests are beginning to leave, and... Oh, Mr. Schubert, I thought you'd gone.
No,
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll go back to being host again. Depressing, ain't it?
Everyone enjoyed your serenade so much, Mr. Schubert. They were all talking about it outside.
Would you permit me to dedicate it to you, Miss Mitzi?
Oh, Franz, how wonderful. I mean, Mr. Schubert.
Oh, no, please. If you know what it means to have you call me Franz. Miss Mitzi, dare I hope that...
Well, I got rid of Bellabruna, I think. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, don't apologize, Baron Schubert. We're delighted to see you.
Yes, of course. We're delighted.
May I come in?
Yeah, oh, Bellabruna.
I'm not intruding, am I?
Oh, of course not.
Franz, didn't you want to say goodbye to Fritzy and Kitsy? They're leaving on their honeymoon, you know.
You'd better hurry. They were on their way when I came in.
Yes, oh, we'll catch them. Come on, Franz.
We'll be right back, Miss Mitzi. We have something important to tell you.
Coming, Franz?
Coming.
Charming man, Baron Schubert. Don't you think, Miss Kranz?
Very. So is Mr. Schubert. All Papa's friends are most pleasant.
I'll wager I know one who's head over heels in love with you.
You do? Who?
Oh, come now. I'm sure you can guess the name. It's someone who just left the room.
Madam, you embarrass me.
I'll give you the initials then. S.S.
How could you tell? He's so shy.
Oh, he's shy with you, is he? That's a new method.
What do you mean?
Why, that bashful, shy creature with the silent man and the eloquent eyes has left a trail of broken hearts all over Vienna.
I don't believe it. He's fine and good.
Oh, don't be taken in, my dear. These shy fellows are the worst of all.
I don't believe you. You have no proof.
No proof? Why, I am the proof. He was shy with me. He looked at me with those longing eyes. He sang to me.
Oh, madam.
You must weep.
then let your tears be tears of joy. It's far better to cry at your age than to cry at mine. Good afternoon, Miss Frank.
Oh, Frank. Frank.
Has she gone yet? Mitzi. Mitzi. What happened? What's wrong?
Oh, leave me alone. Please, leave me alone.
Oh, now, wait. Don't cry, Mitzi. Please. Come lift your head with laughter and show your pretty smile again. For sunshine follows after on summer roses in the rain.
You men are everyone deceivers. I never trust you anymore.
When women are believers, they may find their hearts are sore.
They talk of lovers, favors, when another maiden they adore.
But cease your plaintive sighing, another tale you shortly tell. When Cupid comes a-flying, you'll hear the wedding bell.
I'm sure that I never wed.
Quite often I've heard that said.
Forever with love I am done.
But there'll come just the one. Love ever fills the heart. Only one voice makes the pulses start. Only one can delight us, turn our sadness into brightness. There's no happiness apart from that one only.
Sunlight shines brighter when he's there. Darker clouds fading to blue as
Oh, you're both here. Franz, here's a copy of my song. Wouldn't now be a good time to...
Oh, Mr. Schubert. Baron Schober, I know you'll excuse me. I must see to our guest.
No, wait, Mitzi. Just a moment, huh? You see, Franz has composed a new song that he wishes to lay at your feet. Doesn't that interest you?
Oh, I'm sorry,
Oh, please, come. Sit down and let me sing it to you.
Oh, well, if you wish to sing it, Baron Schober, it will give me great pleasure to listen.
Good. Then sit here, huh? A place of honor in a private box. Franz, is the orchestra ready?
I'm here.
The zephyr murmurs to his love the trees. The lilacs yield their honey to the bees. The nightingale sobs out his accents long, while I can only breathe to you in song. While I can only breathe to you my yearning song. Thou art my love, thou art my love, and thou wilt ever be my only love, my only love.
Oh, Franz.
Now is the time to speak for me, my friend. I'll wait for her answer in the garden.
Very well, Franz. Mitzi, Franz Schubert wrote that song to tell you of his love. He worships you, Mitzi. He wants you for his wife.
But I can't marry him, Franz. I don't love him.
But you must love him, Mitzi. You're the whole world to him.
Oh, Franz, I can't help how I feel. I can't change how I feel. I just realized it's you. You I love.
Mitzi. Oh, darling. What a fool I've been. Mitzi, I've always loved you.
Oh, Franz, darling, darling.
No. No. What have I done? It was for my dearest friend, Franz Schubert, I promised to speak. What can I say to Franz?
Say nothing.
Huh.
I saw it all, and I understand.
Franz, it was unintentional, believe me. Can you forgive me?
Why, of course. It will bring me great joy to know that you both are happy. Go tell your father the glad news, Miss Mitzi.
Come, darling.
Goodbye, Mr. Schubert. We'll never forget you.
She loves him, of course. How could I have thought for a moment that she could care for me? Well, at least I have my music, my eternal mistress. She will never desert me.
Song of love, melody immortal, echo of paradise, heard through heaven's portal. Though my music is unavailing, happiness cannot be for me. Still my passion shall never fail. Thou art my love. Thou art my love.
Mitzi. Oh, Mitzi.
We were talking a few minutes ago about the railroad as a citizen of every community it serves. Like any other citizen, it does its share in meeting the costs of government and public institutions and services. It does so through the taxes it pays on its property or its earnings. Now, everybody pays taxes, but there's a difference between the taxes which railroads pay and most of the taxes which many other forms of commercial transportation pay. The difference is in what's done with them. Railroad taxes are not used to build and maintain railroad tracks or terminals. Railroad taxes are like the taxes you pay on your home or your property. They are used to help pay for the defense of the nation, for the maintenance of public institutions and public welfare services, for public health and public schools. And they even help to pay for the highways and the waterways and airports and airways, provided and maintained at the expense of the taxpayers for the use of other forms of commercial transportations which compete with railroads. So when you think of the railroad in your community, think of it not just as the railroad, but as a fellow citizen and a fellow taxpayer. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. And now back to the third act of Blossom Time, starring Patrice Munsell, Kenny Baker, and your host, Gordon MacMurray.
Oh, Mitzi, Mitzi. You've left me nothing but echoes of melodies. I'll never write again. Never again. A caller at this hour?
I'll soon see who it is, Mr. Schubert.
It's Mr. Schubert home.
He is, but he's been quite quite ill, and
I'll see the gentleman, Mrs. Coburg.
Won't you come in, sir?
Thank you. I'm sorry to bother you so late in the evening, Mr. Schubert. But I am Count Chantoff, the husband of Madame Bellabruna.
Oh, yes, the opera singer.
I just heard your unfinished symphony performed, Mr. Schubert. It was magnificent.
Thank you.
I'm so impressed, I'd like to arrange that you write an opera for Madame Bellabruna.
I should be honored. As soon as my health improves.
I came tonight because I may not be able to talk with you at a later date about this. However, I've arranged a payment for you in my will.
Your will?
Whether we meet again, Mr. Schubert, depends entirely upon the accuracy of my aim.
Oh, a duel.
Let us say, rather, an affair of honor.
An affair of honor. Can any fancied slight justify the taking of life?
This is no fancied slight. This man's in love with my wife. And I know Baron Schober's reputation.
Schober? Are you referring to Franz Schober?
Yes. We meet at dawn.
Oh, Count Chantoff, this is all a mistake. Schober is engaged to marry the daughter of the court jeweler, Mitzi Krantz. I beg of you, don't jeopardize their happiness. They are so much in love.
Why do you make such a plea for them?
He is my best friend. And she...
She is the woman you loved and lost?
Yes.
But you don't want me to kill the man?
Oh, no. There's enough unhappiness in the world. Let those who have been fortunate enough to find happiness keep and enjoy it.
You plead well, sir. All right. Have Baron Schober send his seconds to me. We'll arrange a reconciliation.
Thank you. I'll send word to him at once.
Mr. Schubert, we will meet again. It's a rare pleasure to meet a gentleman such as you. Good night, sir.
Good night. Mrs. Coburg? Mrs. Coburg,
Yes, Mr. Schubert?
go to the residence of Baron Schober and ask him to come here immediately. It is of the utmost importance.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what music. What eternal music is sounding in my ears. Where is my pen? I must write it down. Mitzi. Oh, it is her dear voice in my heart giving me inspiration. Mitzi. Oh, Mitzi. Are you really here? Or am I dreaming again?
I'm really here, Franz. I came to talk to you. I've learned the truth from Madame Bellabruna. The day of my sister's wedding, she warned me against a faithless lover. I thought it was you.
I see.
Oh, Franz, I can't bear to think of you like this, ill and alone. Will you let me try to make amends? I'll devote my life to making you happy.
Do you mean you are in love with me, Mitzi?
Oh, I've always been very fond of you, Franz. I'll nurse you, serve you, treasure your music.
Mitzi, look at me. Look at me and say, Franz, I love you.
Oh, Franz,
no good, my darling. You see, with all your generosity, you cannot give me that. So there is nothing you can give me. Now, what has happened between you and Schober?
I'm never going to see him again. After some of the things Madame Bella Bruna said, why...
He loves you, and you love him. It doesn't matter what anyone says.
I don't love him.
Oh, I see. Then you would desert him in his hour of danger.
Danger?
Count Shantov has challenged him to a duel.
A duel?
Take place at dawn.
Oh, no. He can't. He might be killed.
There, you see, you do love him. Come in.
Franz!
Oh, Mitzi. Mitzi, my dear.
Oh, darling, darling.
Franz, Count Shantov was here. He wants to speak to your seconds to arrange a reconciliation.
A reconciliation? Oh, Franz, I don't know how to thank you.
Don't try, my friend. Just be happy together. Always.
We will, Franz. We will.
And so I give my song of love to you. Take it. For it belongs to people like you who meet and fall in love in blossom.
It's 8:30. Saturday Night Theatre.
Abteilung! Halt! Wir hatten euch gewarnt. Jeder Widerstand ist rechtswidrig. Wir werden euch jetzt mal zeigen, was Vergeltungsmaßnahmen sind. Maintenant vous comprirez. Ihr seid verantwortlich. Ihr alle seid verantwortlich. Feldwebel! Jetzt!
The Rose Garden by Nick McCarty, with Nigel Anthony as Tony Parker and Arnold Peters as Alan Bryant. The Rose Garden.
Well, they ran out of sausages, Tony.
I'll live.
Did you eat this morning?
You know what I ate this morning.
Yes, a glass of scotch.
Well, it's not every day you get a letter from your wife saying divorce is okay by her.
G&T for you, Jill. Scotch for you, Tony. No sausages, they've run out.
Yes, I know, thanks.
Cheers.
Well, cheers. Here's to a happy divorce, Tony. Drink up.
Cheers.
What are you planning to do, Tony, now?
I don't know. Work's thin. Can't seem to place the features I used to.
Looking for something juicy?
Not what you mean by that, George, no. I could use a good story. Something strong. Jacko Peters on the Star told me he'd be interested. It's just finding the right one.
And if you don't?
Now, you know what my bank balance looks like, love. A disaster area.
You, serious about wanting a story?
Very, yes. Why?
I've got something might interest you, old lad.
Yeah?
I was down at the Escapers Club the other night.
Oh, no, hold on, George. Not another war story. We've had enough of them, surely to God.
How old are you?
Now, don't give me that old line, George. I was in it and you have a lot to be grateful for. You young men don't know what it's all about. Hear one story, you've heard them all.
Oh, Tony, love. That sounds a bit chilly from you.
That's true. The fact of life.
You want to hear it?
Could we stop you?
We were talking the way you do. Anyway, I'd been shot down on a raid. Whole fuselage shot off and me winding my gun turret to the back. Whining like mad to make a big enough gap to get me and my trusty chute through. Damned uncomfortable feeling, I can tell you. We were miles off course by this time. The rest had it. Anyway, down I float, sweet as a bird. Pitch up at a farmhouse, and off we go on a cross-country, down one of those escape lines you lads are so fond of writing about.
Speak for yourself, George.
I'll ignore that. Well, one of the villages I went through is in the south. Nice place. A small town, really. Anyway, and this is the point.
Oh, good.
A chap I knew still lives there. was a member of the Marquis group in the area.
So?
He's English. He stayed on.
Is that so unusual? I mean,
Oh, it
plenty-
happens, yes.
What's his name?
Ah, you're interested, see? We didn't exactly swap names in those days, old son. Security. The RAF Escapers Club might help you, if it interests you.
No, it's a so-what story, George. There's nothing there.
No?
I wouldn't buy it, no.
6 months ago, an English journalist was found in his burned-out car in the south of France. Remember?
Yes. Yes. He was working for an agency.
Well, he was found in the same village. The village where the Marquis was strong. The village I came through. The village in which this Englishman still lives. Well?
Well, what?
Suppose he was on to something. Something somebody else didn't want brought out in the open. It'd make a story, wouldn't it?
Well, perhaps.
And you speak the lingo, old boy, don't you? You could ferret about a bit. Anyway, the change would do you good, even if there was nothing in it.
Yeah. Maybe it would. Thanks, George. I'll think about it. Bert! Oh, you'll have to stop smoking those, Bert.
I've got a happy pleasure, Tony. Did you find what you wanted?
Yeah, this para here. Now, I'd like a copy. Plus any follow-up in the next few days' editions. Can you fix that, mate?
Alfred Porter. A British journalist found in his car in the forest that's nearly a year ago, Tony.
Yeah, but can you do it? By 11. I've got an appointment with God then. Okay?
Okay.
Oh, it's you.
Oh, no, there's no need to look so disapproving. I've got an appointment.
I know. I nearly took the morning off.
You're a charming woman. Did anyone tell you? Is he in?
Well, he's expecting you.
My coffee black with cream, okay?
Oh.
It's a chance, Jacko. It's what I'm good at. Digging up facts, putting them together, making sense. You know that.
But he's been dead 6 months, Tony. More. And the police reports say accident. Car caught, foot trapped. Well, doesn't look much.
Yes, but what was he looking for? Did you find that out?
Well, yes, I did.
Well?
You're right. He'd had a whisper about something during the war.
Ah.
I don't know what. Now, it could have been a genuine accident, Tony.
Yes, but it just might not have been. Am I on?
You need the job, Tony?
Well, I want to go away from here, yes.
Personal reasons? The usual reasons?
You could say that, yes.
You never learn, do you? All right, you're on. You get the story down there, and I'll certainly print. It's always nickled me, that. Don't like the idea of someone suppressing information. And someone apparently might be. So, on your way.
He commissioned it?
Yes.
So, a fat fee.
Something. Expenses cut to the bone.
That's not why you won't let me come with you.
No.
Why not?
You want to know? You really want to know?
Yes.
How long have you been living here?
5 months.
Oh, you counted. Right, well, hear this. My wife's willing to get a divorce. I'm free now, or I'm going to be. No liabilities. I like the feeling. Do you get the idea?
You mean...
I mean, I'm sick of permanence. I'm sucked dry. Loyalty, allegiances, get in the way.
Including me?
If you like.
Do you think I'm going to sit around waiting for you to come back? Knitting?
I don't care. Sorry, but I don't care.
Oh, go to hell.
London Police, BE-806. This is the final call for all passengers for flight BE-806. Boarding now at gate 7.
Monsieur. The name's Parker. I have a reservation.
Ah, yes, Monsieur Parker. Room number 23.
Don't have many guests at the moment, monsieur. It's the wrong season for us.
You'll be glad I've come, then.
Pardon? Oh, yes. I'll send someone for your things.
No, I'll manage. I wonder if you could help me, though.
Naturally.
There's an Englishman who lives around here, has lived here since the war.
English, monsieur?
Yes, English.
Oh, very sorry, monsieur.
You don't know him?
I don't know him, no, I'm sorry. I can't help you.
Good afternoon. Afternoon.
Yes, monsieur?
I was looking for Monsieur Bouchard.
Yes?
I had some business with him.
I see.
Well, can you tell me where I can find him?
It depends, monsieur.
Does it indeed?
On what your business might be.
Well, I'm a journalist from England.
Your name? Your paper?
Parker. Tony Parker. Freelance.
And how can Monsieur Bouchard help you?
Well, I'll tell him that, shall I?
As you wish. Please come into the office. It's a little noisy here, I'm afraid. Please sit down.
Monsieur Bouchard?
Please forgive me. So many people come, ask questions, want to look around, bore me with their stories, you know.
I see.
Only a small business here, local paper, once a week. Nothing much in the way of staff, as you can see. They're attracted for some reason to the bright lights of Nice, or even Paris. The young. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, I don't know exactly. I have the beginnings of a story. A friend of mine, well, an acquaintance rather, was through here during the war. His plane was shot down. He told me he was helped by the Marquis.
Well, that's not so unusual, Mr. Parker. You want to contact the old Marquis group?
Well, not exactly. Could you help me if I did?
Unfortunately, I was in North Africa at the time. My father had the paper.
Well, could he remember?
He's been dead many years. Shot.
Oh, sorry.
I don't wish to tell you your job, monsieur, but surely these stories are a commonplace of war?
Well, perhaps they are, but it's not that story that interests me so much as the Englishman who is still here, the Englishman who was in the group.
An Englishman? I don't think so.
Yes, I checked. The Escapers Club records do show a man called Bryant as having operated in this area for some time. He was last heard of here.
And they said he was still here? In this village?
Well, not exactly. They'd lost touch, but they were sure he'd stayed on here after the war.
Monsieur, the war ended 30 years ago.
Yes, I know. So, the name Bryant means nothing to you?
I'm afraid not.
I see. Well, there is another angle. Alfred Porter.
I'm sorry?
Alfred Porter. He was an English journalist, died here. His car was burned out, remember?
Ah, yes, of course. But that was last year. I mean, surely an accident of that sort has no news value now. It wouldn't have to me.
No, perhaps not. I just thought he might have come to see you, told you what he was on to, asked for your help, like I did.
No, monsieur, no, he didn't. No. Well, we reported the accident, of course, but I didn't meet Porter. I have no idea why he was here.
Well, apparently he was interested in something that happened here during the war. Something to do with the Marquis, perhaps. I don't know exactly what. Funny he didn't ask your advice.
Yes, I agree it is strange, but he didn't. No, I'm sorry, monsieur. I'm not being much help to you, am I? No, I know nothing of this man, Brian, nor of the journalist.
Oh, well, I'll ask around. Rather a lot hangs on this one. Still, thanks for your time.
I'm sorry I couldn't tell you more. Perhaps if you'd care to eat with me one evening, we could talk again. I generally take dinner at the Café de Chat in the Place de la Paix. Your hotel is on the corner.
Yes, I think I know what you mean. How the hell do you know where I'm staying?
Oh, I'm a newspaper man too, monsieur, and this is a very small town.
Yes, it is. And yet you didn't meet Alf Porter.
Alas, no. But perhaps I can be of some help after all. The policeman in charge of the accident investigation, I seem to remember, was Monsieur Lebrun, Inspector Lebrun. I'm sure he would talk to you.
Would he? Oh, well, that's something. Thanks. Bye for now, then.
I'll be in touch, monsieur. Hello? This is Monsieur Bouchard. I wish to speak to Inspector Lebrun. Yes, It is urgent.
Good of you to spare me the time, Inspector.
My pleasure, monsieur. Alfred Porter. A thin file, as you see, monsieur. It was a miserable business, a most unpleasant way to die.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, interesting only for our medical people. Forensics. Hadn't been drinking heavily. They knew that much from the contents of the stomach. I won't go into the medical details. They're not for anyone except the connoisseurs of violence. It was undoubtedly an accident. The car was found below the road, over the edge against a tree. The petrol tank in the front took the first impact. Boom. You understand?
Yeah, sure. You know why he was here?
I don't think I remember. He was here in his professional capacity.
Oh, yes. Yes, he was.
I can't help you. Sorry. The findings of the investigation are clear enough. There's nothing else for me to tell you.
I see.
Monsieur, I understand you're also asking questions about certain other people.
The Marquis, yes.
It's not a very good idea. During the occupation, many things happened here. I don't tell you not to ask, of course. But it isn't so wise sometimes to turn over old stones, you know.
And Mr. Bryant?
Has a right to peace and quiet.
Oh, he exists then, does he?
It would be very much better if you accepted that some things are not going to be open to you and that you went home to London.
Are you going to make me?
You see, you misinterpret me so easily, and you speak French so well. We are having a friendly meeting. That's all, I hope.
Right. Thanks for your time. Good day.
Can I help you, Monsieur Parker?
You know my name, Father.
A stranger in our small community soon becomes notorious. Gossip, my son, gossip.
I see. I was looking for something.
Among the graves? What can you find to interest an Englishman amongst them?
A name, perhaps.
A friend, a relative?
Well, I did notice one thing. Something surprising in a way.
Yes?
On the far side of the churchyard, a number of headstones with the same date. June 1944. 60 of them.
Yes.
It seemed curious.
Have you seen our church, Mr. Parker? Are you a Catholic?
No, I'm a writer.
Is that a faith, or perhaps a threat? Hmm?
Neither.
You will see that it's very old in part. Did you find the person you were looking for outside?
Bryant. Alan Bryant.
Why did you think he was dead?
It was a possibility, that's all.
Why?
I've spent 2 days being told he doesn't exist. I thought perhaps he didn't.
I see. We are very quiet here. Unused to bustling city ways. Those who would find those ways go to Paris or Nice and leave us in our backwater. We are all happy.
Yes.
And at peace. Yes.
Are you suggesting that I should go away? The policeman suggested it might be wiser.
Please look at the screen. It's a particularly interesting piece. Carved by one man, a local man. The only example of his work except the pulpit here. Oh, unique. We're lucky to have them.
Look, if I ask you a question, will you answer it directly?
We will have to see, my son.
Is Mr. Bryant living here? Near here?
Why do you ask? Curiosity?
Perhaps.
Killed the cat?
Did it kill Alf Porter as well, Father?
Monsieur, let me explain something. If you ask for any man here, people would deny he existed.
Why? What are they hiding?
Nothing, perhaps, but the man you ask for might have. It is up to him to say he will see a stranger. You might be unwelcome. Perhaps you're a policeman or a taxman. Who can tell?
Will you tell me where Bryant is?
You will have to wait with patience, I'm afraid.
Thank you for your time, Father.
It's an interesting church, I believe. Mr. Parker, people here went through many things. Almost no one was spared some loss, some involvement.
You?
I was here, yes. You must understand that perhaps we have simple reasons for our secrets. I will pray for you.
Check.
Yes. Yes. Ah.
Mate.
Well, I congratulate you. You played well.
Your mind wasn't on the game, Alan, was it?
Not entirely. Is that unsporting of me?
Not at all, not at all. This young man is a tenacious one.
You know, Bouchard, I'm almost inclined to see him.
No. Would you like me to ask Lebrun to bring some official pressure? Any regularity with the papers, something of that sort?
It's so much trouble. Perhaps he will go away. Let it be.
Mademoiselle! Mademoiselle!
Monsieur, no talking in the library, please.
I thought I asked you for all the newspaper files for June 1944.
I gave them to you, monsieur.
Some of them. There are some days missing. See? For the 16th, 17th, 18th, and 21st. Nothing. Where are they?
I don't know.
Well, then you can check. Please. And while you do that, find me the papers for September last year. All of them.
Very well, monsieur. It's a mystery, monsieur. I'm sorry. We have none of those early papers anywhere, and those for last September have gone to be rebound. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's getting too dark to see the hoops, Ella. Shall we join your father?
Is he still talking to Bouchard? I don't like that man, Mamma.
I'm sorry you feel so strongly, darling.
I'm sorry, Mamma. I'm on edge. The weather, perhaps?
Your grandmother could always foretell a storm. No, it's true. Poor mother. She put a garden fork through her foot as a child in England. Whenever there was to be rain, it ached. Her penitential pain, she used to call it.
What's the matter with me, Mamma?
Matter? Oh, don't be a silly goose. Pour me a drink.
I'm bored. Bored stiff.
Yes, dear.
I am. I want to go away, Mamma.
Yes, dear.
I'm 22. I've lived here all my life. No one comes to see us, not really. Old men come, Bouchard, the priest. Other people are discouraged if they come. You don't want them? He doesn't either. Who am I supposed to make friends with, talk to, discuss things with? Who?
You've said it before, Ella. You've made up your mind to go before.
Nothing ever happens here.
I want to see him, Bouchard.
It's stupid, Alan.
No, I want to see him. I don't want it happening again. I want to see him. It's going to do no harm. We all learned discretion a long time ago in a hard school, didn't we?
You think you can persuade him?
Perhaps. It's worth a small effort on my part, isn't it?
Perhaps.
We see too little of you.
Now we are old men, not company for such ladies.
Oh. Ella, drive carefully. Bouchard, thank you for the game. I'll beat you next time.
I'll work hard and make you work harder. And your mind will be on it, while mine will be thinking about the dinner Mary is making for us. My dear, many, many thanks for an exquisite meal.
Pleasure.
That veal, I am speechless. You're a lucky man, Alan, to live here surrounded by roses, 2 fine women, and such food.
Good night, Bouchard.
Good night.
You will excuse me if I seem impertinent, Ella, but you seemed a little distrait this evening.
Perhaps.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to... I'm an old friend, and I thought...
Of my father's. I don't have friends. We're too cut off, remote. Do you know why that should be?
I'm not his confessor, my dear. How old are you?
You know very well how old I am.
And you find it hard to live with him. He is hard to be close to. He always has been.
He talks. Sometimes. To me. But he and Mamma, they are remote, shut off. No matter.
You may leave me here. I'll walk now.
Oh, if you're sure.
My leg will stand that much exercise, I think. You don't like me, do you?
Whenever you have been, my father retreats, pulls down the shutters.
Your father has seen a great deal, experienced a great deal, been responsible for many things. He feels responsible for many more.
Nothing in the open.
By choice.
His? Yours? Whose? It's impossible to live. I feel so cramped, stifled by it. I walked to the end of the drive this morning for the post. Nothing moved. The air was heavy, threatening almost. There wasn't a bird nor a blade of grass moving. The flat silver leaves of the olives like armour. The trees crushed, twisted by age. Oh, I'm so bored with it. Isn't it silly? I want to break out of it.
Then do so. You are of age. Go to Paris, Cannes, where the young all seem to go.
London. I've been nowhere, know nothing about anything.
No. Well, good night.
Monsieur Bouchard?
Joseph?
Father? You still find it hard?
Yes, I do.
How is he?
He's restless, concerned about Ella. She is straining at the leash, wants to spread her wings.
Well?
I don't know.
It's an intolerable burden.
Not so much for me. For Alan, it becomes harder. Yes, he's eaten up by it. He wants to see the young man, the journalist.
Impossible.
I'm not sure.
Impossible.
Alan's very wrought up, strung like so much piano wire. He needs to unloose some of it.
And the girl?
Will know nothing, naturally.
She's a beautiful girl.
You remember these things, then?
I may be a priest, Pierre, but I am also a man. Of course I see these things.
It's a miracle, that's certain.
What is?
Joseph the priest. A miracle. Aren't you sometimes jealous, envious?
Sometimes, of course. You think I sometimes don't regret? It's done, over. A vow taken. We all pay our price, my son.
So you've seen the young man, and you don't want them to meet?
No.
I think, in a way, Alan is... You see, Ella is his only concern. She meets no one. Up there in the house, the atmosphere is destructive. They feed on each other. He wants her to go. Or perhaps that young man...
Ah, I see.
Yes. Bait. So?
It's ironic, that's all.
Yes. Isn't it? He is loyal. Why should he have stayed?
Ah, my son, that's a question to ask a priest. Loyalty is a ticklish virtue.
For you? Now?
I am loyal to my cloth, to my beliefs, as you are.
Ah, yes.
I'm sorry only that you do not believe what I believe.
Oh, you would do well to be glad, Father, or you would find yourself hearing a confession, absolving a sin that you would find hard to absolve.
Yes.
I knew you before, Joseph, didn't I? A young ram, a drinker. I know women in this place who come to confession for other reasons than those imposed upon them by their faith in God.
The sins of a young man? You told that against me?
Oh.
I am a man. I was once a young man. Things change.
All right, then I will arrange for Alan and this writer to meet.
I will talk with Alan later.
Say a prayer for me, Father.
Ah, you see. You hedge your belief between God and Marx. Isn't it always the same?
Perhaps you should say a prayer for Alan. Good night.
If he talks, he must only talk so much. I don't want him with that man. In confession, I can shut his mouth, but to shout from the rooftops to some scribbler, no.
Parker's suspicious about the journalist who died before. Lebrun told me they went through the file.
Then he shall not speak to Alan. Let it rest there. It's for the best. God be with you.
Daddy? Daddy? It's so hot, even the frogs are quiet.
You took him home?
He walked from the square to Father Joseph's house. He wants to walk, he said.
I see. It'll rain very soon.
Thank God.
It'll be good for the roses. That's something. You want to go away, Ella?
I think I do.
To what? The bright lights?
I don't know. London, perhaps. Mamma was talking to me this afternoon about Sternwood. Home.
Home? Home for her is here. Her father brought her here. Her first husband was French. Well, she's been here almost the whole of her life. How did you get on with Bouchard?
Oh, you know what I think about him.
Oh, he takes an interest in you, Ella, your godfather. Oh, that's an irony, isn't it? A Marxist fellow traveller, bets in both camps. Did he tell you there is a young man in town looking for me? A young man from London?
No.
He doesn't want me to see him.
Why not?
Do you really want to leave here, Ella?
Yes. Yes, I think I...
You need, what, a push?
I think so, yes. I'm not very... You know...
Yes, I know. No, I want you to do something for me tomorrow, Now, good night, Ella.
Night,
Sleep well. Don't worry. The rain will come soon.
Mark, leave the bottle. I'm tired.
Certainly, monsieur.
Excuse me.
Huh?
Mr. Parker.
That might be, yes.
I have to meet you.
You met me, so?
Wouldn't you buy me a small drink?
Well, I'm not in the mood, thanks all the same.
Oh, no. I don't think you understand. I have something to tell you.
Yes.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Would you like some brandy?
Thank you.
Another glass, please.
Monsieur.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. It's just that everyone in this place knows my name. I've been here almost no time at all, and everyone from the newspaper man to the priest knows my name.
My name is Ella, Mr. Parker.
Tony.
Why are you here, Tony? It's not the time for tourists.
Oh, don't tell me you don't know that. Everyone else seems to.
Oh, I'm not about so very much, you see.
Have you had dinner?
No.
Then would you like to? The food here isn't bad.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right?
Thank you. Delicious.
Ah, good. Now, sing for your supper. Tell me who, what, and why.
I don't understand.
You said you had something to tell me. What is it? Are you going to warn me off, too? You know what I'm doing here. Everybody else does. Who sent you?
I only know that you're a writer.
And that I'm digging into the past, the war, to be accurate, and incidentally into the death of a colleague of mine, a journalist called Alf Porter. He died here about 9 months ago.
That was an accident, wasn't it?
Perhaps. Oh, and I'm looking for another man, an Englishman. He has a story that's connected, I think.
His name?
Well, it hardly matters. No one knows him, or they pretend not to know him. There's a sort of conspiracy of silence, a sort of protection that I don't understand.
What is his name?
Bryant, Alan Bryant.
He's my father.
Everyone has tried so hard to keep him hidden.
He wanted me to see you, to find out certain things.
What?
Well, if you were a serious young man or a sensation monger. The other man was... Oh, no matter.
Oh, you met him?
No, never. My father did once. He forced himself into our house. Oh, it wasn't pleasant, you see.
And he died?
Yes. An accident?
I've seen the reports. Inspector Lebrun showed me the reports. It was not very nice reading.
Oh, I'm very tired, Tony. I'll have to go home.
Oh, of course. To report.
Oh, please. It hasn't been well, I've enjoyed my evening.
Will I see you again?
You'll have to find your way, Tony. I'll give you directions, if you dare.
Dare?
To meet my father. He's a sad man. Sad.
Good of you to tell us, Lebrun.
We have our uses, Father.
I think we have to agree, eh, Bouchard?
Now, can we get to the business? He saw the girl.
Harmless.
Beautiful.
I accept your point.
Why? Did Alan send her? Why?
You see him more often than most of us, Bouchard. You're in the best position to answer that.
And you, Father? You hear him confess?
No. No longer. Marie, yes, but Alan has lapsed badly.
The wife, is she under some strain, some problem? Does she mention him?
The confessional, my son.
To hell with the confessional. And there's more at stake here than a single man's soul. Come along.
I'm sorry.
All right. So we are left to wonder just what he's going to say to that writer.
Yes.
He did a very great deal for us all here. We must be careful.
As he must. Inspector, my son. Remember that. Will you talk to him, Bouchard? At the right time.
Hello? Hello? Anyone around?
Hello.
Oh. Hello. Didn't see you there. Sunbathing?
Reading. You found us then?
Well, I'm here. Yes.
Would you like to come and sit in the sun? I could give you a drink.
Oh, no, that's more like it.
Fresh orange juice.
Oh.
Oh, it's too hot for anything else, honestly.
I believe you. Thanks. Oh, it's a fantastic drive here. Glorious.
Is it? I hardly notice anything, I'm afraid.
Ah, the mountains and the fields and fields of roses. It really is very beautiful. And artichokes.
Artichokes?
Yeah, I've never seen such preposterous things. Growing wild. Well, almost wild.
I suppose one grows used to them too.
Oh, what a shame. I wonder if you... Sorry, go on, please.
No, I was wondering if you'd like to see the roses, our roses. My father's roses.
Oh, you cultivate them?
He does, yes. For the market in Nice and a few for the perfumery. Not many. And sometimes tourists come and buy. We don't encourage them.
No, I'm sure.
Shall we go?
Ah, you're very lucky.
Why?
To live here.
You don't. Or perhaps you'd change your mind.
It's peaceful. Beautiful. Look down the valley across all those flowers down to the sea. Now, what more could anyone want?
You don't live here, do you? Doves. They're very pretty.
Yes.
And that room is where the work is done. Batching up the flowers, cutting them, freezing them sometimes. The trouble with the work is that nature doesn't wait, you see. So you're forced to work when the roses are ready.
Do you work too?
There used to be more than just the family here.
Oh, I see.
It was a long time ago now, before the war.
Your parents have been here since before the war?
My mother has. She was married to a local man before. He was killed. And then, after the war, the workers didn't want to come back. There was work in the hotel or down on the coast. We paid more. So we all work now, when we have to.
Why did your father come back?
I don't understand.
Well, here, after the war.
He didn't come back. He never left.
All the time?
We don't talk much about it. He doesn't like to talk about that time.
Why?
I don't know why.
Have you asked him?
No. It's best not to.
Why?
You do stop asking questions sometimes, I suppose.
Well, I'm intrigued. Does he find questions disturbing?
Perhaps you should ask him.
Will I have the opportunity?
At dinner, yes.
Dinner? Ah, I'm invited.
Yes, of course. We made up a room for you.
I beg your pardon?
We made up a room for you.
I have a perfectly good hotel in
No,
town.
no, you don't understand. You're not to stay there.
I've got a room.
It was cancelled this morning.
By who?
My father.
Cigar, Mr. Parker?
Thank you.
We'll smoke outside, I think. It's a pleasant evening. Do you play chess?
No, I'm sorry.
Ah, you would have made a change to play against someone new.
You were going to teach me. Ella.
Indeed I was, Ella. I will, sometime.
Ella, come along.
I want to talk.
Oh, later, my dear girl. We'll take our cigars first, hmm? Ah, a pleasant evening, Mr. Parker. We do well enough here, on our own.
You prefer that, Mr. Bryant, to be on your own?
Ah, young man, I may prefer a lot of things. For you, perhaps, they would appear a bore. Oh, help yourself to a drink. It's local made.
Oh, thank you.
A little fiery, I find, but a good drink for all that.
I've a question to ask you.
Why do I hide away?
Oh, no, not that.
Ah, you surprise me.
Why other people protect you?
Ah, yes.
And why a man vanished in a car? A journalist like me. Looking for a story?
You can see the sea from here, did you know? You'll see it in the morning. Ella takes breakfast here each morning. You could join her. What are you really looking for here? You see a story, a background, what?
I want to know the truth.
You must forgive me, Tony. May I call you Tony? You are a very young man, and you are English. You can have no idea of what it was like here. You come here, wide-eyed and apparently innocent, to turn over stones?
To find you. To find out about Alfred Porter.
To turn over stones. And what will you find under those stones, Tony? Do you have any idea?
I will find out, perhaps, why you stayed, why people protect you. The priest, Bouchard, Leblanc. I might even find out why there are gaps in the records of a newspaper in the library for a certain period.
Are there? What does it suggest to you, Tony? You think we are connected, the gap in the newspaper and me?
Well, are you?
There are stones best left unturned.
But then why allow me to come here, make me stay? You cancelled my room in the hotel.
Well, I assumed you'd prefer to stay here, with English people. Ella thought you might like to stay.
I see.
You wanted to leave England?
Oh, I suppose. In a way, yes.
May I ask why?
No reasons. Purely personal reasons. Yeah, I've just divorced my wife, or rather, she, sensibly for once in her life, divorced me. And I needed the money.
Money?
For the story.
Ah.
For the feature I'm commissioned to do about this place, the other journalist. Whatever happened here.
If anything did. You like the brandy?
Yes.
Always there is the woman. Funny.
Not at the time. No, we married young. It hadn't worked. It seemed best to go separate ways. And then up popped another, getting her claws in. You understand the situation, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. So you come here to chase moonbeams?
I don't follow.
A man tells you I'm here. A man, incidentally, I've never heard of. He tells you I am here. You would like to escape. Is that too strong a word?
No. You're as good an excuse as any. But now, I'm intrigued. Why hide? What happened between the 16th and the 21st of June, 1944?
You have been busy.
And why cancel my room without asking?
Shall we say, because you intrigued us? And because you are dabbling in the past, in stories, in imaginings.
As the other journalist was doing?
Perhaps. These stories are not your concern.
I'd rather judge that for myself.
Yes. By the way, Ella...
Yes?
She is very young. She's also very restless, attractive. I'm aware of that. She's not very well versed in the world. I think perhaps you understand my drift.
I have a general idea.
I don't want her to be damaged. She needs to leave here. It's a little, how can I put it, claustrophobic for a young girl. The roses, my music, winemaking, the place always the same, her mother. I won't inflict these things on you. I'm sorry. What would you like to do tomorrow?
Well, I have no idea. Drive back to the hotel. Think.
Drive back? Oh, I'm afraid our car is out of action at the moment.
No, I'll take mine.
The people at the hotel sent your things up, didn't you know?
You've got a bloody nerve.
Well, they sent someone from the hire firm, took the car back. Well, it seemed a waste of money if you weren't going to use the vehicle.
Look, what are you doing?
Suggesting you stay for a time.
Do I have any choice?
No, you don't. I'd like to see what you're made of, perhaps. It'd be foolish to walk back down. People here, as you have observed, protect me. So, make the most of your opportunity. Enjoy the peace and quiet, the fresh air. More brandy?
Didn't you sleep well, Tony?
What?
You're very bad-tempered.
I'm not bad-tempered.
Well, don't you like it here? Yesterday you were saying how much you envied us. Peace, quiet, lovely flowers, beautiful views. You can see the sea from here. Did you notice?
Why in heaven's name keep me here?
Because I told him I was bored.
And he does everything you want?
Not exactly.
Well, if you're bored, leave.
Oh, I'd be a fish out of water.
You'd manage.
I have these times when I'm bored, depressed. Mamma tells me they will always pass, so...
You live here doing nothing, protected like some princess. Protected by lies they tell in the town, the lies here.
Lies? Evasions, perhaps.
No one asks him for his reasons, for the truth about what happened here in the past.
If you want to know, ask him.
Yes, I will.
Long stems, you see, specially pruned, of course. A matter of experience and care.
Yes, I see.
The market isn't interested in short-stem varieties, nor in exotic colours. Classic blooms are the vogue just now, I'm delighted to say.
I see. You, arranged that she should come to the hotel to see me?
Ella? Why not?
Bait?
You wanted to come. You're here. You can see we're just an ordinary family living quietly in the sun. A remittance man, I think Mr. Morm would have said.
Do you think about the effect it has on Ella, this life?
It'd surprise you, I suppose, to know that I share your apparent concern. I can't make her go. She has to make up her own mind, you see.
I think I do. You stayed here. Why?
I married, so I stayed.
That priest, what's his name?
Father Joseph. What about him?
Well, he said something about turning stones and not knowing what one would find. Suggested even that what one did find might not be acceptable.
As I did.
Everyone, it seems, tells lies, falsifies records, evades questions.
Perhaps, Tony, the secret, if there is one, is not for anyone to share.
Yet you arranged for me to stay.
I'm intrigued by you, perhaps.
And you're not going to tell me anything more?
I was shot down in the middle of the war. I was a gunner. I was useful to them, the Marquis. They wanted a gunnery instructor. I stayed.
You could have got out?
I had no reason to get out. I had no people to go back to in England. I was doing a job here.
Dangerous?
Very, I suppose.
How were you recruited?
Here, in this house. I was hidden in the Dovecote for 6 weeks. A man came to the Dovecote one night, an Englishman apparently, John something, I never knew. Don't suppose he told me. He checked that I was a gunner. He knew a lot about me by then. Necessary in case I was a German plant. Then he offered me the alternative of going via the Pyrenees on the Coward's Run, as he called it.
Coward's Run? Oh, my God.
Or staying.
handing over my identity tags, getting rid of the uniform. The Marquis needed instructors. They had no idea of safety rules, no idea of what to do with the weapons that were being dropped in. So, I joined. He took the identity discs, buried them, I think.
I see.
You know, the pity of it is that one grows used even to the smell of roses. You've been talking to Alan?
He's been talking to me, yes.
He has a fair regard for you, then. He rarely talks to anyone these days.
By choice?
Yes.
That's sad.
I think that depends very much on what you have to talk about. Don't you?
Does it? I don't know.
Once before the war, my first husband and I went to Crete. Oh, please, do sit down if you want to.
Thanks.
Good. Anyway, we went to Crete and we stayed in a small village. We had the money to stay as we wished, and we wished for some peace and quiet. One morning I woke up to hear a great screaming and shouting outside. A woman sat on the step of her house with a black shawl draped over her head, and she was weeping. And all around her, women were wailing. In the dust, the chickens ran in circles, and children were standing astonished. It was an extraordinary scene. And then we learned that her husband had been killed in the mountains, hunting.
I see.
Oh, wait. You're in too much of a hurry to assume an end.
I'm sorry.
Well, that night we went into a bar, and there were some Athenians there, and they were dancing and singing. And at all the tables, the men of the village sat drinking water.
Hmm?
They were mourning their friend. My husband, my first husband, Jean-Luc, asked our man from the village why they didn't stop the Athenians and tell them that the village was mourning. The man was astonished, and he said, if you'd had a bad day in the fields and the barley wouldn't grow well, and you came home and found your wife had new baked bread on the table and that she'd had a good day, would you tell her of your unhappiness? Make her unhappy too? Now, do you see?
Must have been difficult here during the war.
Well, if one kept quiet, didn't draw attention. My husband was a member of the local council, quite an important man here, a magistrate and so on, so I was untroubled.
And your present husband?
People regard Alan as a sort of mascot, I think. A hero, in a way. It's remarkable, isn't it, that a man such as Alan should have been what he was. It was immeasurably brave to stay as he did. You realize that?
Is that why he's protected and hidden? There were other people, surely, as concerned, who lived normal lives openly.
There are other reasons.
Yes. Ella?
Knows nothing.
I see.
Ella is very precious to us, Mr. Parker. To her father, to me. I had a son, you see, by Jean-Luc. He died in the war.
Isn't it unhealthy, though, for you to live in the past?
We have our work. The roses.
What about your daughter?
Lives with us here now. Not in our past.
Visitors?
I don't expect so.
I heard a car door slamming.
Oh, something from the town, perhaps some new plant.
At this time?
Perhaps. When I married, I remember how peaceful it was here. Jean-Luc was very different from Alan, of course. I'm not making comparisons. He was just different. I could laugh with him. Enjoy being live, I suppose. He was so warm. Kindness itself. We'd time for ourselves.
And now?
We'd a dozen swallows' nests on the south wall. At least a dozen.
Yeah.
I used to watch them. Flying, playing, teaching their young to fly. Flying away in the cool, but always returning. Always returning.
You're afraid for Ella to go away. Why?
There are 2 swallows' nests on the south wall. Empty.
And then Alan came.
Yes. All that is dead and buried.
Ella may leave, you know.
With you? You'd persuade her?
Perhaps.
Oh, don't count on anything, Mr. Parker.
Now listen, Father. Listen to me. You're concerned only for the group. You don't give a damn for me. Ah, it's so easy for you.
Easy?
Yes. You sink into anonymity behind the cloth. Every Sunday you raise the host, absolve us of our sins, and are absolved.
Not true. You don't come anymore. You refuse to come to Mass. I think I know your reasons.
I don't think so, Joseph.
I have some experience in these matters, my son.
Now, perhaps. But we're not here to talk of church, priestliness, the trappings of faith, are we? I knew you before. Know you for an ordinary man.
Isn't a priest ordinary?
Oh, you're playing with words. You want me to shut up, to continue as though I was still a member of the group, still bound to silence. Were you silent?
You're being foolish, self-indulgent, Alan. I'm sorry for you.
Don't be. I chose to see the journalist. I wanted to see him.
Against Bouchard's advice, against mine.
Ah, I'm a free agent.
There is the matter of responsibility.
To you?
What do you feel for me, Alan?
I'm not thinking about you now.
I'm sorry for you, truly. You're tired.
Yes, I am.
We agreed, the 3 of us agreed, yet you bring him here, talk to him, tell him stories.
I have told him nothing that concerns you.
It all concerns me. Us, my son.
It was such a time ago now.
He's persistent. He'll dig up the whole story if you give an inch. You remember the interrogations, those questionings?
No. You remember them, Joseph.
Yes. He'll talk to Mary. He's already talked to Ella. They'll tell him.
How can they? Mary knows only as much as anyone who was here. Ella knows nothing.
And you're the weak link. In the old days, what would we have done with you? In the forest. You know very well.
Don't threaten me. You forget what you are now, Joseph.
You're under strain. I know that. We're all strained.
And I am guilty. That's what I find intolerable.
We are all guilty of something, Alan. I will pray for you.
You play well, Tony.
For a beginner.
You've played before, I don't believe you.
Oh, where I come from, croquet lawns aren't 10 a penny, Ella.
Where are you from?
Originally, Birmingham. And then London. Well, London, I suppose, now.
Suppose?
Well, things change. I move about. Yeah, it is, I suppose, the only advantage of my work. I'm in and out of London.
You have a house there?
Oh, you're joking. I have a flat. Small, self-contained, on the heath. It's pleasant enough.
Yes, it must be.
I tell you what. You shall see it when you come to London.
Oh.
Yeah, well, come to dinner. I enjoy cooking.
Do you mean that?
Of course I mean that.
Why, I thought... I mean, I assumed you'd have a wife or something.
Your turn, I think. I had a wife, Ella. We parted. Unamicably, I may say. She was a bitch.
Sorry.
Well, it doesn't matter. So, the flat is not full of wife or mistress or anything, except books and unanswered letters. Bills, mostly. Oh, that's nice. I haven't seen you laugh since I've known you.
You're disturbing. You know that.
Am
I don't know very much. I'm not your sophisticated London... anything. So I'm not very good at getting to know people and men. I'm shy, I suppose. Frightened.
Of what, for heaven's sake?
Doing anything.
You should leave.
Oh, but you see, Tony, my father...
Well, what future do you see? What will happen here?
I don't know.
And what is he hiding from? Do you know that? Do you care?
Yes. I care very much. If it was out in the open, spoken about, things might change somehow.
So bring it into the open.
Oh, it's easy for you. You come here out of the blue, you see something you feel is wrong, it's easy.
But you have to try. It's like playing a new game. You have to go at it. Bull in the china shop.
You don't get hurt in a game. You don't hurt other people.
You mean your father and mother? Who else?
I don't know. That's the trouble. I think maybe Monsieur Bouchard knows.
Was he here during the war?
Yes.
He told me he was in North Africa.
Oh, he was here. I'm certain he was here.
Well, does it matter if he's hurt?
It matters if anyone is hurt, surely, Tony.
You've lived too long in your castle, Ella. Time you woke up.
Is it? Oh, I'm suffocated, you see, Tony.
It'll pass.
It always does. Yes. When the heat breaks, when the rains come properly, yes. But this stifling, heavy... Did you know they had rainmakers in some countries? I read it somewhere. Professional rainmakers dancing to bring the rain. Perhaps we should do that.
What, feather headdresses and bones in our noses?
If necessary.
Someone arrived at the house last night late.
No, we never have late visitors.
I heard a car. Your mother said it might have been someone delivering something. Plants. I watched outside. He left about 2. Father Joseph. Why?
I'm not sure.
Would he go back to England, your father?
Why should he?
If you were to leave, would he then?
If, Tony. Ifs are big barriers, aren't they?
Will you come, Ella?
With you?
Why not? It's a chance. You could see what it's like outside. Yes, you could look.
Perhaps I don't want to. Perhaps I'm scared. Is it so very much to go and see? Or is it ugly, cruel, noisy?
Yes, it is. But more. If you're with... Oh, you have to make up your own mind.
Funny, isn't it? How we pin so much hope on people we don't know. Like having faith in God. I'm not sure I can take that step into the dark now.
Please. Think about it.
You don't begin to understand, do you? I'm not ambitious. I like the quiet. Perhaps you'll despise me for that. Sometimes I have the desire to look no further than the olive trees at the end of our garden.
Why don't you try?
Come in. Ah, Ella.
You working?
Oh, nothing that can't wait. Accounts, bills. What is it? That young man?
No. In a way, yes. Why did you make him stay? Really?
You like him?
Yes, I do. Don't you?
I hadn't thought about likes or dislikes with regard to him.
At least he talks to me. No one talks here. Really talks.
Perhaps it's more comfortable that way.
You all just sit and wait for things to happen. If you didn't have your music, this house would be like a grave.
Do you know... Well, of course you know. Monsieur Lagrange.
Mm.
Now, he and his sister have lived in that small farmhouse for 30 years. Alone. Together. And since their mother died. Not a word have they passed since that time. I love this place, Ella. When I first came here, long ago, I knew this place would be important to me. After it was all over, I needed the quiet. I wasn't well. There'd been considerable strain. Do you understand me?
I think I do, yes. Why won't you talk about it, Daddy? Let it out.
Jean-Luc, your mother's first husband, had been... He was dead. It was the most obvious thing in the world to look after Mary. I had a debt I owed.
You married my mother for a debt?
Here, nothing needs to be rushed. Time solves all problems.
time and silence and a few lies. Perhaps.
Oh, you can't tell me that old Lagrange and his sister haven't spoken because they love each other.
Perhaps they only hurt each other if they speak. 30 years, with never a good morning, good day, sleep well, nothing. Once the barrier is erected, now, who will pull it down?
But you and Mamma...
Ella. There are some things to be wary of. Mary and I live here, have lived here with many things. Memories, bitterness too. We're not young. We're used to each other. Is that bad? Perhaps our responsibility, one to another, is silence?
And the lies?
Listen. A glass of good wine is excellent. A second glass is to savour, and a third to taste. It is the fourth glass that destroys the illusions, and the savour, and the taste. And the bottle is so empty that there is no going back. Maybe that's what happened to me and your mother.
I have a dream, Daddy. A recurring dream, did you know? And I find you here, in your study, and you're weeping. In this room, alone.
Now, Ella...
Lulu, listen. And you're crying about all this. The roses, Mamma, and I feel it is all a mistake. My dream always makes me want to leave.
I understand that, Ella.
Tony thinks I should go away too.
Does he know you so well? What did he say?
Nothing. Nothing at all. He listened to me, that's all. Father? Father?
Ella, what a pleasure to see you.
I'd like to talk to you, Father. About two things.
I see. You wish to come into the church or stay here in the sunshine?
Oh, here, please.
Very well.
If a girl wanted to go away from her parents and not come back for a long time, perhaps never, would that be a terrible sin, Father?
Why should any girl do such a thing, Ella?
If she had been asked, Father, perhaps she might. If she was driven, she might.
Driven? How?
If she knew that her father was unhappy, lonely, and that her mother and he were strangers.
I see, my daughter. I do see. And where would this girl be going?
She doesn't know. Not exactly.
A step into the dark?
Yes.
What was the other question, my daughter?
That is a question I asked for someone else.
The writer? The journalist?
Yes.
What is the question?
He wants to know why there are 60 gravestones with the same date on them over there.
Has he?
Well?
He shouldn't have sent you. Tell him he must ask your father. And warn him he will have no answer.
Oh.
I'm sorry. As for your first question, it is natural that a child should leave her parents. It is less natural if she doesn't have an idea where she might be going, but then times have changed. And if that young man is a friend to you, Ella, tell him seriously that he must stop turning stones, for there might be a viper under one of them. He should go too. Take care, daughter.
Now we can irrigate all the roses when they need it. Water can be a problem, you see, Tony.
Yeah, I'm sure. I spoke to your daughter last night.
So a pump, a length of pipe, and a very deep well. Problem solved. Did you come to any conclusions?
That she should leave, perhaps. That she should take the jump.
With you?
For herself.
Where did you hear about me? Did you say?
I told you, in a bar in Hampstead. A man was shooting a line about being shot down, the usual stories.
You despise them, the storytellers?
They usually remember a shimmering romantic haze. I wonder how much is truth, that's all.
Yes. Which pub in Hampstead? The Hollybush, the Flask? Part of a youth gone somewhere. Shot down, in a way. I remember Suffolk. I was stationed there.
was a pub in the village. I don't remember the name of the pub or the village. The girl behind the bar collected badges, wings and cap badges. Oh, there was a beam full of them, and photos all over. They all wrote, "To Grace with love." Her name, I suppose. Most of them didn't come back. Can't even remember their names now. You know, a man could be in your squadron and you'd know his face, and then they're gone so fast you only knew Tom or Dick or Harry. No more.
Do you want to know what interested me?
Not at all, no. You must accept, young man, that some men are not intrigued one jot in themselves, or what is intriguing or of interest in them to others. It may be rare in your circles, but it happens to be true. I'm sorry.
You despise us, journalists.
I don't care about you. You're the parasites sitting fat on the bodies of our experiences, nothing more.
Is that why one died?
He died as a result of an accident.
No, he died because he was ferreting about here.
And if it were true, aren't you afraid? Just a little bit afraid of what might happen to you?
No, not really.
Then we are very much more similar than you realize, Tony. I want Ella to go away from here. I will tell you a story, but I cannot promise that you will want to use it, or that you will even be allowed to tell it. I suppose it was 6 months after I joined the group that a girl was sent to me. Elizabeth. She was in Gestapo headquarters, a secretary. We were causing trouble in our sector, and they'd sent some SS troops, hard men. She was our contact.
What had you been doing?
Oh, the usual. Blowing bridges, trucks, roads. Nothing extraordinary.
And Jean-Luc, was he connected?
In a way. Not overtly. A respectable citizen, well liked. He even gave a dinner for the German officers on occasion.
I see.
The girl, Elizabeth, was very gay. She had blonde hair and dark brown eyes, and she was full of laughter. One day she was betrayed, and they raped her to death. Oh, yes. They threw her out of their headquarters into the gutter naked. She lay until night came because none of the people who knew her dared reclaim her body.
My God.
I didn't dare go. I walked past her in the night, saw her, couldn't touch her. Her white body broken, the hair lying, still alive in a way, in the gutter. And no one picked her up until late that night in the dark when the moon was gone. Then we learned that the officer in charge, a general he was to go through the forest to a village in the north.
Who told you?
Jean-Luc. Who else? A respectable man, well liked. He taught us. We planned our ambush for the general carefully. I insisted that we did it. Pierre, our leader, was against it. We overruled him. 3 men on each side of the road in a drainage ditch, each with 2 grenades. 3-second fuses. Have you ever tried to shorten a fuse? If your hand sweats, it blows your fingers off. 3 men on each side, 12 grenades. Men at the top and bottom of the incline with machine guns, and a large party afterwards to clear up the mess. The general was sitting in an open car, Mercedes, with a couple of staff men. Oh, I don't know, it was very easy. I'll never forget that man sitting in the Mercedes, looking at the grenade lying at his feet, and trying at the same time to dislodge the grenade that was on the folded tonneau cover of the car. There was very little left of those men. But we'd been trapped, you see. The men in the car were decoys, prisoners, shackled into the cars, forced to ride. In the heavy trucks at the rear of the convoy, a crack unit. Oh, they came at us like hot knives through butter. 4 of us escaped. 1 is blind, and the others... The girl, Elizabeth, she didn't talk. She didn't betray us. I wish to God in a way that she had.
Who then?
Oh, there's more. You're hungry for stories, I will give you more than even you will stomach. We never believed them when they warned us what reprisals they would take. They brought out the children from the school, and they stood them against the wall, and the children were singing. Ask the priest, Father Joseph. He wasn't a priest then. We watched it. We watched them shoot down those children. And they had already killed Elizabeth.
Your girl.
You would, I suppose, say that, yes.
And the 60 graves in the church. The children.
What do you think?
Well, no memorial, nothing.
For what? Who? People like you to come and gape at, gawp at, rake over?
And if we don't, it's forgotten. Is that a good thing? They hide you. Why?
Because I organized the ambush. I planned it. I did it without thought of the consequences, and I led them into that trap, and the men were killed, and after them the children too. Because I didn't think. They think I am a hero.
Was it your fault?
Elizabeth died in that gutter naked. I thought only of her. She was the bait, and I took the bait, as they knew that I would.
And the betrayer?
Oh, him. We set out, those of us who survived, and we killed our man. Spit in the wind. But those children, those men, because I loved that girl. I live with that in my skull each day of my life. You want Ella to go with you when you leave?
I think so, yes.
I will be in the garden. Find her, would you?
It's so long since it all happened. No one cares about it, not now.
Some do. They must do. They were brave men.
Playing games. Were you brave?
I felt exhilarated, yes. We're landed with what we have in this world. I miss those men and those women who died. Yet you, people like you, can waste their deaths. It doesn't matter for you, but each day I watch it. Every waking moment of my life is spent watching what happened in my head. It's no exaggeration. People may forget. I don't. It's locked away, private, because even you can't begin to understand what it truly means. I live here, tucked away, quietly out of the eye of the world, because the people here choose to let me. I'd be afraid to leave.
Oh, Daddy.
Oh, yes, yes. I have been damaged. Yes, I admit I am damaged. Here in my rose garden I work. The flowers don't stop being beautiful. Your friends will die. That young man's friends will die, Ella, with white headstones, and they will lie in rows. It helps to remember. 6 rows in, 4 up. Charles, mother, father. My friends have no stones. I am alive and working, and I hide. I sometimes ache to forget what I have seen and what is constantly in my skull. I'm afraid of the anger, the despair and the hatred. Well, I'm not unique. I'm not. It's in all men. I remember because it is burned there. We took our betrayer and we eviscerated him. So much offal. You dismiss it as meaningless. It is other people's sufferings you dismiss. Those 60 children. Elizabeth, who died silent. The betrayer himself, who was so silent and so frightened. I don't refuse to tell the story because of what will happen to other people, not entirely. Not so much as because of my fear of what will happen to me. My anger I am afraid of, my hatred. I drink a good deal, I listen to music. I'm alone as much as I am able to be. I retain my own control, but the balance is a delicate one. I know. Oh, it's all very close to the surface, Ella, and I don't expect you to understand a quarter of it. We're all afraid. You of loneliness, youth, and I am afraid of what is in my head, inescapably.
Who was the betrayer?
Oh, you don't let go, do you? The man we killed was Jean-Luc, her first husband.
Does my mother know?
She knows that, yes. But you see, there's something more. He was the wrong man. He had been betrayed himself.
Oh, my God. So who?
That I will tell to no one. Ever. Now I think you had better go. Hmm? It is done.
You're a lucky man, Alan. He's gone. Safely. Bouchard told me.
Do you know why I stayed with the group?
No?
Because I was afraid. I was afraid of being a coward. So I stayed. Nothing touches you anymore, does it? Does that help? You hear a confession, acts of contrition, admissions, sins, guilt. Do they touch you? Or is it all now a blank, cold void?
The Jews say there are 7 men who carry with them the sins of all the world, the super scapegoats. We can't all feel guilty, my son.
I wish then I had the strength of one of them. For I constantly have in front of me the memory of foul things. I feel empty, drained of all compassions. I feel anger, a great bile rising in me. I felt it today. I feel it. That boy came so lightly and asked for a story, as if he had the right.
You didn't tell him?
I told him something, enough.
We told you not to. We agreed, all of us agreed. You all promised.
He has gone. Ella, too, has gone. I am left, Father, with this great black thing on my back. Mary and I, we make confessions, the one for the other. I'm incapable of other than that. Not a spark of the real fire left in me. There was so much we hoped for. It's all time wasted.
You mustn't think that.
Truth. You know perfectly well. You hide from what you did behind your cloth, your faith. Well, what can I hide behind? I've done enough. Can't even care very much now. I lie in our bed each night and I sweat like a pig. I trespass each night I lie with Mary. I always have. Well, you know that. The day Jean-Luc was killed, she shut her eyes. She offers me what? A body once or twice, a bed, food, work, what else?
Does she know the truth?
It isn't important. We've marked out our boundaries. Our territories are safe, one from the other.
Yet you stay.
It's too late now. I've never meant to hurt her. But now Ella has gone. The wall is pulled down. I'm afraid.
You haven't been to confession for a long time, Alan.
I haven't been able to.
It might help. Believe me, we've all killed men, Alan, one way or another.
That journalist, the first one who came?
Not I.
I didn't suggest you, Joseph.
We were all afraid of him, of what you might say. It's a heavy burden to carry. You must know the burden that I carry, too. I hear those little daily sins confessed at the grill. I sometimes ache to run through the village shouting what I carry, what I know.
Of others or yourself?
Both. And you?
I suppose I do, yes. So, who had him killed?
Bouchard, perhaps. I think Bouchard. He doesn't need to confess to me. He doesn't need to confess to anyone. He doesn't believe. So, Bouchard had him killed.
When you talked, when the SS had finished with you in that place, when you talked, what did you feel?
Betrayal isn't so very hard to achieve, Alan. It's in all of us. Christ teaches...
Oh, I'm not concerned with Christ, Joseph. I'm concerned with you, that dead journalist, Bouchard. You betrayed us. Yes, I know that. You told me and expected me to what? To react in the old ways?
I hoped, yes, that you would find a way to... I don't know.
Punish you? Oh. Well.
That man, you know why he was killed? Not the fear of you talking. Why should anyone but I care about that? It was because he didn't care who was hurt by his delving. Because the people here are private and want to keep their privacy. They don't offer remembrance to those children, not their mothers nor their fathers. Their grief is private. You do, each year. That man was killed because he would bring pain to everyone here, but above all to you. You had no need to stay, but you stayed. You had no need to fight with us, but you fought. You had no need to remain here after it was over, except that you'd been, what can I say, broken. We love you, you see, and so you are protected.
I wouldn't have given him the name of the real traitor, Joseph. You and I live with that knowledge, don't we?
Yes, we do. I was once a man, Alan. I had appetites like any other man. I do still. Judas hanged himself, and that perhaps was easy. I have what I did in my mind every day of my life.
As I do.
But I betrayed them, not you. And I believe in a God who will not absolve that sin. You see? Good night, Alan.
Come on, Ella.
Oh, I'm not sure, Tony.
Get it over with.
Oh, all right, Tony. If you're sure.
Tony!
Oh.
Tony! Bloody good to see you, old son. Been away?
Well...
celebrating, I can see. Hello, me dear. You'll never introduce as George, the name. What do you drink? Here, Tony. Did you follow up that story?
In a way.
Juicy stuff, was it?
You might think so.
I only want 10%, old son, eh?
Well, you'll wait a long time. There's nothing I want to use. Not now.
Ihr seid verantwortlich! Ihr alle seid verantwortlich! Feldwebel! Jetzt!
In The Rose Garden by Nick McCarthy, Tony Parker was played by Nigel Anthony and Alan Bryant by Arnold Peters. Ella, Emily Richard. Father Joseph, Geoffrey Matthews. Monsieur Bouchard, William Edel. Inspector Lebrun, Brian Haynes. Mary Bryant, Eileen Barry. George, the man in the pub, Jack Holloway. Jill, Heather Barrett. And the hotel porter, Alan Devereux. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The French schoolchildren were played by the members of Form 3M of North Bromsgrove High School in Worcestershire. The play was produced and directed in our Birmingham studios by Roger Pine.